Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
And this morning we hit the postseason for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and I can tell you this, the postseason is pretty darned important. That's a scene right there at takeoff a little while ago. Lake St. Clair, Detroit, Michigan, heading out of Metro Park into this big lake, which is going to be a little bit wind-whipped and salty out there today. But Davey Height, these guys wouldn't miss the opportunity to be out there. This is a big one.
Well, it's a big one. Obviously, the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is what every angler hopes to be at the end of the season. Part of the field is not here. You had to be in the top 50 to qualify to be here. But it's a great fishery, Lake St. Clair, one of the best, no doubt about it. Year in and year out, voted one of the best fishing destinations in the country. But that little on the screen there, that it looks like a pond, can be brutal, very, very brutal. Been there a lot of times, and it will hurt your feelings, it'll hurt your back, it'll hurt your boat, it'll hurt your equipment all the way around. But great fishing. You just have to plan for the wind because you know you're going to have it some.
Well, our Humminbird lay of the lake shows all 435 square miles, not acres, 435 square miles of Lake St. Clair. It is a giant, shallow bowl, an average of 11 feet deep, and it is the connection between Lake Huron and Lake Erie. It's not a Great Lake, but it's certainly in a Great Lakes atmosphere, but a thing unto itself, and requires some expertise to get around, especially on a day like today, and expertise to locate them. And Davey, we talk about fishing being tough down where we live in this part. I mean, it's to an extent, it's the same everywhere. They're on the move. They're not predictable this time of year.
Well, these smallmouth will feed this time of year, but you nailed it there, Tommy. They're on the move this time of year. They're feeding up. They're moving to their wintering places. If you haven't ever visited Lake St. Clair, the water is already cooling down there. The river is probably in the low to mid 60s, the lake upper 60s. I mean, that water is cool. Those fish should be feeding up, getting ready for the wintertime.
Well, the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year award goes to the most consistency throughout the entire season. And coming into this day, the start of 3 days of fishing on Lake St. Clair, there's Scott Canterbury at the top, a 9-point lead ahead of Chris Zaldane, Corey Johnston of Canada. Good position right there in third place, and the rest of them on down through this field of 50. And you think 50 out of 75 anglers, hey, piece of cake. There was some scrapping and clawing, striving, and some cases falling short. It was not easy to get into this top 50 out here.
Absolutely not. And the ones that made it here, congratulations to them. And going to be treated with some good fishing, but like we talked about, the wind will be a big player here, as it usually is, especially this time of year, in the fall of the year, winter. Not far around the corner, they just get a lot of wind this time of year. But the fishing's great. I think it's real important, having been there multiple times, to practice for different directions of winds. We had a wind change from practice to what is forecast to blow today. You need to have a side of the lake that is protected somewhat from the wind, because if you're fishing downwind on the other end of the lake, the other side of the lake, the direction the wind's blowing, it can make it just impossible to fish, literally.
All right, well, coming into this one, of course, the leader is Scott Canterbury of Alabama. Scott Canterbury has done the best over the season. He enjoys a 9-point lead. Now, how safe does he feel today? Well, let's listen to Scott at takeoff.
You know, I feel good. It was a tough practice, but I mean, I know where some fish are at. I just got to settle down and try to catch 5 of them. It's going to be, it'll be fun. It's going to be interesting. We're going to go out and catch everything we can catch. Really and truly, I've had really good piece of the whole thing. I just been fishing. So, I mean, I'm going to go out and do the same thing I've been doing all year, catch everything I can catch and bring them back and put them on the scales. Thank you, brother.
Here we go, man. Day 1 at AOY Championship on Lake St. Clair. I don't know what to feel right now, to tell you the truth. We got 3 days of work ahead of us. I can't rush it. You know, like I said, the pressure's all in that boat right in front of me. Scott Canterbury's 9 points ahead of me, 14 points ahead of Corey Johnson back here, smallmouth hammer. I'm a little nervous. This guy can catch him. I mean, no doubt. I've only got a 5-point cushion on him. So my whole goal this week is to finish in that top 5. If I finish in the top 5, those 5 points I have ahead of him are enough to seal it as far as him passing me. So I don't need him to pass me. He's going to do whatever he's going to do. He deserves it. He's got the lead. Ball's in his court. but I can't let Corey Johnson pass me. He's in 3rd place. He's a smallmouth hammer. He knows Lake St. Clair. He knows smallmouth. I think if I go out and catch over 20 pounds a day, I'll be in good shape. I really will. Local tournaments around here, it's been taking 21, 22 pounds to win. It's September, the wind's blowing, it's hard to get around. I've got 2 areas I feel really confident in I can catch over 20 pounds. So one's a shallow one, one's a deep one. We're gonna start in the shallow area, play around in the wind, throw a jerkbait, a big spinner bait, and then we're gonna go out once the sun pops up a little bit and go fishing deeper stuff.
Oh, I feel good about it, man. This is what we live for. That's why we're here. It's what we, my whole career, you wait on a time where you're this close, and you got to do your job. I'm not sure what the chances are of me winning Angler of the Year, but just being here, the AOY Championship, Classic's already made. I mean, when you really stop and think about it, it's undescribable. As an angler, as a bass angler that likes to tournament fish, it don't get any better or bigger than this right here. So it's going to be a fun day.
Well, right now about all I expect is a bumpy boat ride. Man, you know what? I don't feel any pressure this morning. I'm 6th in AOY. I'm 30-something points back. Obviously, I can move up if I catch them. If I don't, I can't fall that far. We got the Classic locked up for next year, right there close to home on Lake Guntersville. So I'm just going to go have some fun today. Me and old EK, we're going to have some fun today, I promise you.
Hey, there's a lot of big brown ones going to be shown on TV today.
There will be, but we might even catch a couple of green ones. I don't know that. I'm hoping to weigh in 5 big smallmouth today, but the way I'm fishing, the places I'm fishing, there's a few largemouth mixed in, and I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. I'll fish some out in 20 foot of water. I'll fish some up in 2 and 3 foot of water. To be honest with you, I was hoping for some sun because there's some big ones up roaming around on some sand flats and stuff, and that's cool when you can see them and kind of sight fish for them a little bit, but we'll take what the conditions give us, and it's gonna be a fun day.
Brandon Lester, Stetson Blaylock, Corey Johnston. We didn't hear from Corey. We heard from Chris Saldane also, and Scott Canterbury, all of our gladiators getting ready to jump into the floor of the arena and do battle for 3 more days to wind up this season. Something huge at stake. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. They are out there fishing right now. Takeoff was less than an hour ago, and we pick up Chris Saldane right now. It's good to see somebody out there fishing.
Chris starting on a shallow flat area, similar to what we heard Brandon Lester talking about there. Said the last day of practice, last hour, he caught 3 4+ pounders in the last hour of practice that final day, and this is probably the area. He said it was a shallow area. So
There's one. Oh, big one, stay. It's a hot fish, stay on there. A hot fish. Hands are cold this morning and cramping. Don't do it. stay on there. Got him on light line and a jerkbait, Vision 110. Can't rush him. Oh, where are you going? Oh, don't do it. No. Oh, gosh. Don't do it. Gosh, I don't like the way it's hooked. Yeah. Yes, welcome to the AOY Championship. Vision 110 to the noggin. That's step 1 of 5 today. It's a nice one. Call it 3 3/4. Nice shallow fish. That's 1. Oh, it's fun when they stop that jerkbait. Whoa. So I chose this area of St. Clair simply because of St. Clair River dumping in 61.5 degrees. And I'm fishing a shallow flat with some sand and some grass, throwing a jerkbait over the top of the grass. I saw some really big ones in here. What I'm thinking is happening is with that 61.5 degree river temperature, it's mixing with this real hot 67, 68 degree shallow St. Clair lake temperature, and it's kind of accelerating the fall a little bit. So this area is really cold, 61.5 degrees. Throwing that jerkbait, they're actually reacting to it, and it's almost like a fall bite. So it's just a big fall flat, isolated pieces of grass amongst the shallow sand flat. If we catch 2 or 3, leave here, and then go to our deep stuff, we'll be in good shape.
Well,
Chris Zaldane.
He laid it out for us, didn't he? He always does. Does such a great job. Very, very familiar with the area he's in there, and it's a great typical fall location there for those shallow smallmouth, and hopefully he'll catch a few more like that. That's a great start. A lot of pressure on him. He said all the pressure was on Canterbury in front of him, but I think there's a lot on Chris Zaldane also.
Chris Zaldane starts with a 9-point deficit. That doesn't sound like all I got to do is finish 9 points. You've got to drag 8 more people to get in between him and Scott Canterbury. And even then, I think if he finishes 9th, he's still going to lose. He's got to get one better than that, actually.
Yes, one better than that.
It's 100 points available, and you get 1 point a spot. So that's kind of,
it makes it difficult, but it should. I mean, the whole season is very valuable. He had that one slip up, and he's had a phenomenal season, but he had the one bad event there at Winyah Bay, and it's tough to win AOY if you have one bad event.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And you talk about Mr. Smallmouth for the last part of the season here. I mean, he had him set up St. Lawrence. It just didn't get the right condition on the final day. Finished 3rd at Cayuga, catching smallmouth. Even almost won it catching smallmouth at Lake 10 Killer.
Yeah, absolutely. And to think Scott Canterbury obviously has had a great season. He's leading AOY. But to have Chris Zaldane and Corey Johnston behind you at a smallmouth fishery, that adds a little pressure also.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's not going to be a walk in the park for anybody, but we're sure glad you're here walking with us today through the next 6 hours of Bassmaster Live. Tommy Sanders, Davey Height right here, former two-time Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. You can't do much better than that. Welcome to the Toyota Bassmaster Studios. And, you know, Such and Ronnie are here, Mike Sukon, Ronnie Moore. And, guys, there's another big race going on, and that's to make it into the top 42 in the Bassmaster Classic. That's huge for the fellows who show up here.
That classic line will be interesting today. There's like 5-6 guys that are fighting for 2 to 3 spots tops because of that points race, that 40th, 41st, 42nd. Those are really the only places that can fall out, and about down to 46th or so are the only places that could probably jump in realistically. But like you guys mentioned, hey, if Scott Canterbury gets 9th place in the tournament, it's done. It doesn't matter. But if he finishes 10th, Zaldane wins, or different situations, there's still 3 or 4 people that can beat Canterbury.
I got one deal decided. Drew Cook, if he gets his 4-pounder he caught into weigh-in, he has secured the Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year title and the $10,000 that goes with it for the first time this year.
Well, absolutely. There's that, too. So lots of good things to look forward to. What perhaps the anglers are not looking forward to was the conditions, Davey, they had to practice in.
Yeah, the wind has been real difficult in practice, and from what I hear there this morning, it's blowing pretty good this morning also. It just makes it so tough to get around. When you Lake St. Clair is a big lake, obviously not one of the Great Lakes like you mentioned, not Huron, not Erie, but it is huge, and when it blows, it makes it so difficult to go try to, in 2.5 days, see the areas of the lakes and how it's all playing out.
Well, that's what we're hearing. Let's get it from the man himself right now. There is Mark Zona. Mark Zona, out there, well, not quite in the middle of it right now, but you've had a good look at it, right?
Tommy, we've got a really, really close look at it this morning. Number one, the official TH Marine weather report is, Ashley, if you can get a shot of that flag right there, we are right where 9 Mile Tower is to our left. And the weather report, guys, it is bad. Over this breaker wall right here, we've seen probably 4 to 5 25 to 30-foot boats go out, turn around, and come back in. So anybody really, if there's one wind direction you do not want on this lake, it is east-northeast, because it really condenses this lake. And anybody that practiced, when we had a lot of winds during practice, they were out of the south. So a lot of guys did their practicing on the South Shore, which is where we were going today. They are going to get beat down if they're on the south end or the southwest corner by the Detroit River.
Well, Z, these guys, let's go back to the start of this. How did that wind blowing in practice affect their ability to do what they wanted to do coming up here?
Well, I think it's more of a lack thereof, Tommy. What it does is, Davey said it, you're not able to get around. It's almost like wherever you decide to go in the morning, that is more than likely where you're going to spend your entire practice day. The other side of that is, this is the lake that you can't go out and graph around and find them. You have to fish to find the fish, if that makes sense. Graphing here, notoriously, you're kind of wasting your time. You have to fish to get on them. Now, with that being said, we talked to Canterbury, we talked to Zaldane. I know, Davey, you hit on this. They both had awful practices. Corey Johnston had a really solid practice, but Corey Johnston is down on the south end of this lake, or at least that's where he was headed. The other thing, real quick, there was a local tournament here yesterday, and I talked to the guy that took second place. And guys, it was bad yesterday. The guy that took second place yesterday had 25 pounds. So the big stringers have really started to show up probably in the last 2 or 3 weeks, now that the water temps dipped a little bit. Even though it is gassing out there, there will still be some monster stringers caught.
So Z, I have to ask you, with the wind, is a big player here, obviously, this week in practice and also today. Do you think it's more difficult on the anglers that are fishing shallow here? Because I know we're going to have some fishing shallow and some fishing offshore. Do you think it'll be more difficult on the shallow fishermen or the ones that are trying to fish out there, out from the Bell River hump, the middle of the lake, that sort of thing?
I think those guys that are fishing offshore, I think they're still going to catch them. By the end of Tuesday, a crankbait is going to, and we always see a little bit of cranking here and there whenever we come to St. Clair. That is going to be a major, I think it'll be the biggest player by the end of this week. but I still feel those summertime depths, Davey, that 16 to 19 feet of water, I still think that's really where a lot of this population is. Look, it's been a late year. They spawned late. They didn't get offshore till later in the summer, at least to real good. The difference this time around compared to St. Clair last year you could go out on that South Shore, whether it was the FLW all the way to Labor Day, and catch 50 to 60 bass a day. That is not the case this time around. Maybe you're catching 10 a day, and you'd better land them. But the thing is, all the guys that I've talked to that are catching them on that South Shore in that depth zone, they said, man, not catching a lot, but 23 to 24 pounds is pretty easy if I land on 5 of them.
So Z, typically the smallmouth tournaments, we see a lot of drop shotting, a lot of soft plastics, that sort of thing. Tell us a little bit more, because the cranking on St. Clair is a big, big deal. Tell us a little bit more about how all that unfolds and whether you want the wind or no wind or more sun, less sun, that sort of thing.
Well, anytime you're really at this lake, you want, or any lake in the north, you definitely want sun. But when it's gassing like this, unless you land right, if you're right on, these fish move so much on these deeper flats, they move from hour to hour to hour. And what makes that crankbait efficient is you're able to just cover water faster with it. And I don't, look, a drop shot catches them, a tube catches them, but there is magic here when they're on a crankbait. And there's a few guys that I think we're going to end up seeing cameras on by the end of this week. And really, I think throughout practice, Davey, when it was blowing 20 to 30 miles per hour, I think guys just locked a crankbait in their hand and went. When they caught one, they'd lock a waypoint. All right, I'll come back and check this during the tournament.
Z, we just saw Chris Zaldain catch a good one, a little under a 4-pounder on a shallow place there, and he put a great stock in the what he thought the water temperature was doing right there. He thought it was getting from the river a little bit colder water mixed in with that warm shallow water in the lake. How important is water temperature to what these guys are doing?
Well, yeah, the lake's not prime right now. I think the lake's, probably 65 to call it 67 degrees. That colder water coming out of the river. Here's one thing we talked about a little bit when I was in studio last week, Tommy. The major player throughout this summer was that river. They were not enormous bags, but a lot of the locals that are consistent here would win tournaments. 21, 22 pounds, those massive giant lake stringers, they didn't show up much this summer like they did last year. But here's the thing. That area that Zaldain's in right now, I was listening to the audio. He better bunker in right there, man, because his other area, his deep fish that you talked about that he's going to go to later today, I guarantee you right now, his spot that he told me about, he's down near the mouth of the Detroit River. It will be the biggest waves of anywhere on this lake today. It'll almost be unfishable.
How many, on average, would you say the top 5 guys whom we met right when we started this program here, how many different places do they have to go, and how many places they can practically, in real life get to today?
I almost think wherever you land today, you better bunker in that area. You don't want to have a lot of steering wheel time on this lake. And if you try to move around today, unless you're up in Anchor Bay, it's going to take you a long time to get anywhere.
Z, thank you so much, man. Be safe, and we will lean on you some more a little bit later. Thanks so much for getting this set up with a guy who knows his way around Lake St. Clair.
He's got one more thing, I think.
Oh, you got one more thing, Z?
Yeah, and guys, I'm really not sure where we're headed from here, to be honest with you. It is the pain cave on the other side of this peninsula right now.
Oh, man.
20 years ago, Z would just go right across there with those waves. He's wised up quite a bit, I think.
Yeah. You don't want to administer too much of a beating, self-inflicted. That's for sure. Great stuff from Mark Zona right there. He'll be with us all week on the water as best as he can manage. Let's get out to our points leader, Scott Canterbury.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's been an unbelievable year. I mean, this year has went beyond imagination how much I've been blessed. But, you know, I mean, I feel good. I got a 9-point lead coming into this. Really, you know, I mean, I want to win it bad. But, you know, there's, you know, I mean, all I can do is go out and fish. And, you know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fish hard every day. Having a little bit of difficulties this morning. I don't know what the deal is. Both of my graphs up front are not. Neither one of them are working. I don't even know. It's hard to tell where you're at out here. Can't get to my waypoint. So, you know, it's going to be a little tough, a little tough day right now. You know, but I mean, it's not like I'm fishing a isolated rock or anything, so I don't have to be exact a lot of times. You know, I found this area, you know, just fishing with the wind anyhow, so that's what I got to do. I'm just going to put my head down and, you know, I'll make some long drifts. I tried to start right in here on this one area that I had thought was holding a little bit more fish than anywhere else. It's just real scattered, so I'm just going to not worry about too much, just go fish hard and see where I end up, because I mean, I know they're out here. I just got to bump into 5 of them. I mean, I don't have to catch 20 or 30 or nothing. You just got to catch 5 good ones. So I'm excited. I mean, it's just I need to catch 1 or 2 to settle down.
That's interesting. His front graph's not working.
Yeah.
And I agree with him. Maybe not an exact spot, but gosh, you want all your tools to be in play. And 2 front graphs are certainly big tools in our sport fishing open water.
We'll take a look at this great season laid down so far by our leader, Scott Canterbury. Just everything, just absolutely right there, top shelf stuff, except for the one tournament at Lake Fork. The biggest beatdown of the year possibly, and Scott didn't get as much of that as he wanted, but that's a remarkable season right there.
It absolutely is, and if you look at that, and talking to Scott Canterbury, as we have a lot this year, when he saw the schedule coming into the Bassmaster Elite Series, Lake Fork, Lake Guntersville were the 2 places he's like, man, I'm looking forward to those 2. Obviously got a lot of history, a great Lake Guntersville fisherman, fished there many years. And Lake Fork sets up just perfectly for him also. And you just never know. The ones that you think you do well on, not necessarily so.
Scott Canterbury holds that 9-point lead coming in there.
He's hooked up.
He's hooked up right now.
Like I said, who needs graphs?
No. Yeah, like exactly what you were saying there.
Come off. Dadgummit. 2-pounder. It wasn't a big one. See, and I can't even mark that spot. Wasn't a big one, but still, that's not good.
That's what makes our sport so interesting. There's things in our control, and there's things, you know, whether it's your electronics or your, you know, just all types of things. Whether there's a local tournament area and somebody's where, you know, the area that you want to start. There's so many factors that you have to deal with that are really out of your control.
This drop shot, I'm just trying to pick out like holes. It's a grass flat. I'm just trying to pick out little sand holes, and that's what they're hanging out in.
There's Chris Eldane's year. Stellar as well. His fall, his trough was deeper. The Winyah Bay than Scott Canterbury's was at Lake Fork, and that's the difference. That's the difference that we start today with.
It absolutely is. It's almost exactly the difference in Scott Canterbury's worst tournament and Chris Aldane's. But look at the last 5 events there: 13, second, 9, third, second. Absolutely the way you want to finish up a season.
Without a win, you can't finish any stronger than that. Chris Aldane really owns 1 win with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and guess what? It was at Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year tournament, fishing for smallmouth on Lake Michigan, and he took it up again. Oh, this was earlier. Okay, all right. That was a few minutes ago. That same fish we looked at a little bit ago.
Good start for Chris Aldane here. He said he's got some shallow fish and some deep fish. Obviously, this is a shallow, flat area with a mixture of sand and grass. Close to a 4-pounder, 3 3/4 at least.
Well, it's early and it's all in flux, but with that fish, Chris Aldane has grabbed the Angler of the Year lead.
It's all relative. It's early in the first quarter of the final event, but hey, he's got the lead.
That would be the whole subtitle for this whole tournament. It's all relative. Yes. We will be watching till the very end of it. 3 days of fishing coming up on Lake St. Clair.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh. Here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Your thing. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be delighted. Get action.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
streets up. Yeah. Wake the streets up. Come on.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Well, it's something you're aware of from the very first cast of the first season of the Toyota Bassmaster points race. Angler of the Year, Chris Zaldain, now is on top of that race, courtesy of a 3-pound, 12-ounce smallmouth he has caught earlier today. That's the Blaylock on the board as well. Scott Canterbury, our leader to start, has yet to land his first keeper. Had a smaller one come off a few minutes ago, Davey, but that leaderboard will be in flux all day long. Let's not get locked in on any notion that someone has snatched it away from someone else at this point.
That first fish is so important because you're guaranteed. How many points, Zeus, for just one fish?
51.
51 points. So
bring it in.
The 2-pounder that we saw Scott Canterbury lose close to the boat would have been 51 points, which would put him right there with Chris Zaldain with just one 2-pounder. So it'll happen. We're on Lake St. Clair.
8:37. We just made a 7-mile run from the ramp. I'm targeting this real cold St. Clair River water. There's a real nasty north wind today, and it's really pushing that river water out into St. Clair, Lake St. Clair, and it's mixing with that, mid-60s. Lake St. Clair is, through practice it was 65 to 67, 68, so it's warmer out in the middle of St. Clair. And this river behind me is feeding some really cold water. Right now it's 59.4, and basically the reasoning behind that is, hey, I saw a lot of big fish up on this flat, and I want them to think, hey, look, it's turning fall, and I'm just going to start feeding up on this flat. So we've got a nice wind blowing across this flat. Just got to work it kind of thoroughly, but fast. They're reacting to this, Vision 110 jerkbait. I'm fishing 4 to 6 feet of water. And I'm going to get my day started here. I'll fish here until, 10 o'clock or so. And then we're going to go out offshore where I had, in 15, 20 minutes, I had 3 good bites. And it's an area I'm real familiar with. So I can't wait to go down there and play around. Until then, we're just going to keep jerking these flats here and look for these real big rogue fall flats fish.
So we heard Zeke talking about the fish moving on St. Clair so much. A lot of it is because of current. There is a ton of current right there where he's at, the mouth of the St. Clair. And I've caught a lot of fish there. He obviously had a good day of practice there. He would not have started there. But this mega moving fish right there. They can be there 1 hour and gone the next. And it can be a great area, but those fish will leave you high and dry in that area he's on right now.
Hey, we got a little Rapple Alive watch to share with you right now, and there's the subject of the Rapple Alive watch. There at Metro Park is Dave Mercer, and Dave, you've done your time on Lake St. Clair, and you know this field. You've been with it every step of the way. What are the things that are playing on top of your mind on the start of this day? What seems to be the big issue right now?
One topic only. It's the same topic everybody talks about every single time we come here, and that is wind. You know, guys, pretty concerned leaving this morning, but it's Lake St. Clair. I mean, you expect this time of year. You're going to deal with a lot of wind, and I heard you guys talking about changing moving fish. The reason those fish move on this body of water, what you got to remember, if you've never fished Lake St. Clair, it is really one of the most featureless lakes you've ever seen in your life. It is a giant bowl, but those fish, because of it being featureless, those fish don't lock on that structure as much. You'll see fish move and the direction of the wind changing, throughout the day, and they've predicted that today. That may be the best news for us, really, for our anglers, because quite often when that wind shifts, you'll get an hour or so where we'll kind of lay down. If we are lucky enough to hit that, later in the afternoon when the guys are making their run back, it'll make things a lot easier. But nothing has been easy for these guys here this week. I mean, Scott Canterbury this morning was visibly emotional. He knows all the pressure in the world. I mean, you got to think, guys, looking at this, I've said it a bunch of times, I really just can't see the way Canterbury fished this year. I just can't see him opening up that window that, for one of these guys to catch him. But then as soon as I say that, I'm like, if I'm Scott Canterbury, do I feel totally comfortable with, Chris Zaldain on Lake St. Clair 9 points behind me and Corey Johnston 14 points behind me? And the answer to that is 100% no. But that discomfort, let's be honest, guys, that's what they fish for. That's what it's all about. Davey, you know better than anyone. I mean, that's the days like this morning, as much as Scott Canterbury is going crazy, this is what you dream to be. This is why they all do what they do. That's why they make the sacrifices that they make to go out there with all that pressure on them. But it's going to be fun. I mean, we came in here with it locked up, and anything can happen. If we learned anything in the Elite Series this year, we've learned that anything can happen. One thing that did stand out to me, guys, is 2 of our top 3 were remarkably calm. One of them was not. Zaldain, remarkably calm, and Corey was... Tripp walked up to him at one point, and I was standing there, and Tripp walks up, and he said, well, Corey, it's going to be windy out there today. Think it'd be okay? And Corey's like, it's Lake St. Clair. That's what it is. Like, he was not even rattled a bit. Like, he was just like, what are you expecting? You're Lake St. Clair this time of year. The one thing I'll tell you is we've heard a lot of anglers in all these interviews talk about how rough it's going to be. I have yet to talk to one of them that told me they're not catching them.
Well, Dave, let's talk about your take on what these fish are doing right now. I mean, if this was a regular year, what stage where would they be headed right now if it hadn't been such a late year?
It's a different year, definitely, but I'm going to tell you one of the best bites, one of the most addictive bites in the world, and if the sun comes out, I think we'll see it here. It's that sand over in Mitchell's Bay. I mean, those smallies, they'll move up in the fall. Like, you got to remember, these fish eat, where everybody's like, well, it's inclement, it's cold. It's a lot worse here a few months from now. So these fish, they don't, there's days where they're eating a lot more, but these fish do one thing for this time of the year, and that's eat. And they move to eat. They'll stay right there if it's, if nothing changes, but those fish are going to constantly move. So I think the one thing we're going to see this week is our champion for this event. Let's not forget this event pays $25,000, guys, for our overall winner here. Our champion of this event and our winner of the Angler of the Year is going to be the angler that is able to adapt day after day. I think you're really going to see a situation where you may see the winner of this event fish one way today, and it'd be totally opposite by the time we get to Tuesday.
So Dave, a great smallmouth fisherman that you are and a lot of experience on St. Clair, with the conditions, would you have moving baits like a jerk bait, a crank bait in your hand more, or would you be soft plastics tube? We've seen in the past, both do well here, but what do you think will be the big player here this week? The slower soft plastic approach or the cranking and jerk bait thing?
I just always find that, moving baits, I don't find it. I mean, if you get bigger fish on plastics, in my opinion, moving baits are going to play, though. There's been a lot of tournaments won here in a crankbait, and moving baits play on days like today. You got to remember, with all that wind out there and your boat moving, and especially if you're somebody who's not used to fishing the Great Lakes, detecting strikes is really, really difficult. But on that moving bait, you're connected to it all the time. So I think you're going to see a mix of both, but I think the tournament will be won. I'm about to say it's going to be won on a soft plastic bait, but then I could totally see somebody hammer them on a jerkbait or crankbait. It's like St. Clair. That's the cool thing about it, guys. If you think about it, I look at all the tournaments we've had here over the years, and not just Bass. I mean, I look back to, I remember watching Larry Nixon went out here on a chartreuse spinnerbait. I think, Davey, you might have won one on a chartreuse spinnerbait here. It's the most strange lake in the world. You literally can catch them anyway. But if I was doing it, you're just finding out how legendary a smallmouth angler I am. I'm so legendary, I became a tournament MC.
Dave, let me ask you this. We watched Chris Zaldain catch a good one out there, just under 4 pounds, and he says, I'm only staying this place till maybe 10 o'clock, and then I'm going to go somewhere else. And then we talked to Mark Zona, and he said, man, oh man, I wouldn't have that in my plan. I would bunker in where I am. Talk about how a wind like this, say it's 15 to 20 coming out of the east, if your other spot is 40 miles away, what sort of investment is that? How much are you giving up to get over there?
Potentially everything. I mean, which we learned earlier this year with Corey Johnston. You know what I mean? Got to remember, you're on a body of water where it's not just time. Your day can go horribly wrong. Your day, you can you make that long run, regardless of whether the fish are there or not. I mean, the risk has to be worth the reward. And I'll tell you one thing, guys. I've watched 9 different people win Angler of the Year in the Elite Series, while I worked for Bass, and been right there, front row, seen it. And I know we've had this conversation. They all fish different, but the one thing they've all had in common when they have that Angler of the Year season, you don't miss a beat. They don't stop and think about, should I make the 40-mile run? It's more like, I need to go there. I need to go here. It's an immediate, and it's amazing to see that relaxed, calm confidence that these guys have at Angler of the Year. So, I mean, I wouldn't be doing a lot of running today under these conditions, but I'm also not Chris Zaldain. I mean, I've watched that dude. You got to realize something about Zaldain. No joke, runs everywhere he goes, not just in the boat. If you fish for fun with Chris Zaldain, true story, earlier this year we were fishing in Texas and he forgot a particular bait in his truck. We go to the shore and I'm like expecting him just to walk up to his truck. He runs. He is like a freaking real life human chihuahua. He never stops running. So I expect Zaldain will hop around, and when you have the confidence to hop around, that is also one of the tried and true smallmouth techniques. Search for hot fish. There's too many hot fish on this body of water, or any of these Great Lake style bodies of water. And a lot of great smallmouth anglers' theory is, I'm just going to keep moving until I catch those, get on those hot fish, because they're always eating somewhere. But I wouldn't move a lot, but I'm happy that I'm not moving here this week on the Toyota Hooked Up stage.
Great point, Dave. These guys have been doing everything right all season long. Why would they suddenly not trust themselves? Why would they go against their instincts?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Dave 110%. And you get in that zone, you get in that mode, and you're so focused, you really don't care that you're tearing up your equipment, you're tearing up your body, and that sort of thing. You just get in that zone and you go where you think you need to go to be able to have a chance to win the tournament or win Angler of the Year.
Dave, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll be leaning on you today too for a whole bunch more, and we rely on Dave so much. Dave Mercer out there giving us a great perspective on it. As he said, he's seen every one of the last 9 going down each and every day, all year long to the very last moment. That's invaluable experience. All right, got a little bonus coverage coming up right now. Here is Mike Huff, doing pretty well today, according to Bass Track.
No.
Oh boy, we get an idea how rough. Oh my gosh, look how rough it is out there.
Got the Ranger live wells doing good. Got the full blades keeping us in place here. What was that?
Needed Marshall to hang on with one hand and shoot with the other. We ask a lot of our marshals, and they deliver so much of the time.
This is Super Marshall stuff right here.
Yeah,
No doubt about it. We saw him breaking over the stern, and now that he's moving forward, we got a few coming over the bow. Just a typical day. Honestly, it's just sort of a typical day this time of year on Lake St. Clair.
That's Dave, Zona, all made that point. That's the thing to bear in mind. It was not like this is anything. Surprise, it was sprung on them at the last minute for sure.
Right. And it's all part about being able to hold up, someone holding that trophy over their head at the end of this event. You have to endure, you have to adjust, you have to just be the best of the best. And that's why it means so much to these anglers to try to have a chance to win the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year title, because it's so precious. Because if you've ever fished a tournament trail, you understand all the changing conditions. But when you travel all over the country, fishing smallmouth, largemouth, fishing, starting in Florida and ending up on the Canadian border, these guys, whoever holds that trophy at the end of the week, certainly will have earned it.
Stetson Blaylock's giving it a good run. He just caught a 4 1/4 and a 4.3 within a couple minutes of each other and leading this event with 13.5 pounds or so. He was 20 back at Canterbury to start the day in the AOY points.
It was interesting listening to him this morning, how he was really feeling the moment.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure in the back of his mind he's thinking, I'm right here, but I'm really not right here. But he's got a chance, especially with the conditions. If we were on a small fishery that you knew everybody was going to catch some fish, you wouldn't have a chance. But you hear Scott Canterbury talking about his front graph's not working, probably because he bashed him in going to his first location. You're going to have some things happen to here this week that are not normal.
And speaking of Blaylock, he's gotten second in the FLW Tour Angler of the Year twice in his career, both to Andy Morgan. And so he's been in this opportunity before and came up just short. So he doesn't, you don't want to take for granted any time that you get a chance to compete for one. So the fact that Blaylock's right there going into the final days of the season, he's been here before. He just hasn't closed and been able to win it.
Yeah, it means so much. And with him being close a few times on another trail, he realizes that you need to try to capitalize if you're close, because Ronnie, you keep up with all that stuff, and most people, including myself, wouldn't even remember that he finished second. You just don't. Don't remember the guy that finished in second or third place.
Mike Huff hooked up here. He's got 3 in the boat already.
Good fish.
Got one hook in him right now. Yeah, there we go.
Good solid fish there.
Mm-hmm. That's number 4 right now for Mike.
Marshall's getting it done out there today.
Ronnie, you got to help us find out his name and thank him personally. He's doing, the bass track for us, running the camera, the whole 9 yards.
Riding the boat.
yeah, just riding in the boat's a job.
Super Marshall Hayden. That's
you.
what we're getting right now. Thank you, Super Marshall Hayden. Great job. Chris Saldane.
Hayden Gosen. I think that's how you say his last name.
Hayden Gosen. Okay.
Hayden Gosen.
So when I was talking to Chris Saldane yesterday, And I want to talk about this all 3 days of the event because it's, to me, this is what it's all about, the Toyota Bassmaster Angler Year title. Talked about the season he had, and obviously he talked about the one time he stumped his toe just a little, and I said, but you've had such a phenomenal season. 3 second place finishes. So he obviously had a great opportunity to win 3 events, which nobody's ever done, in the Elite Series history. I said, but here's the positive side. If we look at that, you could win the Toyota Angler Year without winning a single event all season. I want to ask you, if you would had your choice to win those 3 events, 3 Elite Series Blue Trophies in 1 year, $100,000 each, or win the Toyota Bassmaster Angler Year, which would you take? And he did not hesitate. Angler of the Year.
Without winning a tournament.
Without winning a single tournament.
Yeah.
To turn down $300,000 and 3 trophies in the first time, the only time it's ever been done. But it meant more to him if he could win this event without winning a single event all season long, this would be more important to him. So
now, you have a chance to look at it from the perspective of having done it all. Would you trade that one for 3 tournament wins?
Nope, sure wouldn't. I agreed with him 100%.
Yeah.
Yep. It's and I talk about winning even an elite event, which is the top of our sport for regular season events. It'll change your bank account after Uncle Sam gets a hold of it. It's not as much as you thought it was going to be. But winning a Toyota Angler of the Year or Bassmaster Classic title is that changes your career. Yeah. That changes your career.
Just saw Mike Huff boat another one right there. We saw him right before that run for about 8 to 9 minutes. Would you say, Davey? He didn't make a mile, did he? He did not go a mile, not even close, right?
The part that in Zona, I agree with him. You almost have to decide, hey, I'm going to this area and that's where I'm going to stay. You try to bounce around and it's just, you get beat up and you make that move and your electronics don't work because you've jarred some wires or, there's just so many things that happen. Maybe one move, maybe like Chris, if he's got 2 areas and only going to make 1 significant move during the day, I can see that. But if you move around a lot, it will just, it'll beat you up, it'll beat your equipment up, and it takes so long, it takes so much time from your fishing day.
Oh my gosh. Time is a whole different thing out here, and budgeting for that. Yet another one of those things you factor in with Lake St. Clair because, you, Dave, making that great point in Zone as well. That's status quo, what we're seeing out there. This is not a big surprise. I want to show you something got from Brandon Lester right here. See his location.
Inside the river, obviously.
This was earlier.
There's a fish. Big fish.
Greenfish.
Uh-huh.
Not a big one, but a decent one. Okay. Open your mouth.
There we go inside the river. Boy, it looked a lot nicer, more pleasant.
Oh, it looked
there
like
in the river, didn't it?
Looked like a vacation.
It's
in there,
worth
for sure.
mentioning that Patrick Walters in practice caught like a 7-pound largemouth. We were talking about during commercial, Davey, and it was just like the most beautiful northern largemouth you could possibly catch. Just perfect length and width and no blemishes on it.
It really was. I saw the pictures. It was absolutely a beautiful largemouth. I also thought, well, that could be the kiss of death at a tournament where the smallmouth are going to dominate, no doubt about it. Catch that 1 7-pounder, you think, wow, I could catch a couple of those a day. I could win with greenfish.
There are like 20 to 22 guys this week that are really fishing just for a couple, maybe some more money, just a couple, maybe a spot or two, and are just on vacation right now. Just they can take it easy, or they can go for the win. They can just fish for largemouth if they don't feel like getting beat up, whatever. I think Walters is in that company. Can't really move a bunch into the top 10, but can't drop that much either.
Yep, I agree. One said first 5 and the last 5 are the ones that are, they'll be struggling all week emotionally.
Oh, big one, stay.
Chris Saldane here, fishing shallow, grass and sand mix.
Welcome to the AOY Championship. Division 110 to the noggin.
Nice one for Chris Saldane. Started today 2nd place in the points race, and that's where he stands right now. But there's a new man on top, Stetson Blaylock, having himself a fantastic day out there today. We'll do what we can to get you some pictures from him, the weather being what it is, the size of this lake, the proximity to Canada. It's a challenge, but we're going to crack it somehow or another for you sometime during today, and we'll be here for the next 5 hours on Bassmaster Live.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope. There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent feed. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lew's Speed Spool is evidence of that. Hey guys, Pro Angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're going to find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is going to set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is going to last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is going to be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first-timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99. The team at Lew's is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel in the market. Go see for yourself.
Blue Water by TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
It's our postseason Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. This is the tournament to decide that very, very important, along with the Classic, the top two, the two peaks in the sport of bass fishing during the course of a single year. Here's our current standings right now for Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. Also, very, very important. Certainly not on the order of the first two, but it's getting more important every year, and the crop of rookies seems to get better and better every year. Davey Hyde and Drew Cook, what I'm told is Drew Cook catches one fish and he's got that award, and I think he's done that.
Yeah, I think so. And you mentioned it there, Tommy. It's a golden banner to say I'm Toyota Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year, or Dick's Sporting Goods, Rookie of the Year, the $10,000. But it's tough competition there, no doubt about it.
Oh, absolutely, great rookies, and Drew. You talk about overachieving. Now there's another fantastic season right there, and we see one cut missed, and his trough is the most shallow of anyone's we've looked at today in these outstanding 3 seasons we looked at already.
No doubt about it. And here's something, I was there on site at Lake 10 Killer. Drew Cook was not just happy to be in contention. He was mad when he had a tough day and basically kind of took himself out that third day there at Lake 10 Killer. He was mad. He wanted to have a chance here at Lake St. Clair to win that thing, and it's still anyone has a chance, but it made it tough on him when he had that difficult day on day 3 there at Lake 10 Killer.
He fell from the top 5 in the 28th, lost a lot of points. He's only 28 back of the Canterbury to start this event.
Got some more bonus coverage here. We're going to be watching with the help of the marshal, David Mullins. There today, we have him with 3 fish in the live well, about 8 pounds.
When you see an angler wearing knee-high boots and there's not a real good forecast for rain, that tells you all you need to know about standing on the front of a bass boat right there.
You talk about finishing strong. That's David Mullins. 4th at Cayuga Lake. Backed it up with a 6th at Lake 10 Killer. 2 places it couldn't be much more different, but David meant to finish his season strong, and he has done just that.
And there again, I love being on site throughout the year, mix in here and there. You just get to intermingle with the anglers, and I spent some time with him there. He's just real positive and fishing good and trusting his instincts right now, and hopefully that'll carry on into next season in the Bassmaster Classic for him. He's a great fisherman, there's no doubt about it.
Zaldane on the right.
I mean, Mullins came in 23rd in AOI points. Not a real chance to fall out of the Classic cut, but a chance to move up from the field and gain a couple spots and a bigger paycheck. From 21st to 25th, they get $14,000. He wants to slide inside that 16th to 20th. It's $20,000. That's $6,000 difference right there.
Yeah. Starting to say a little earlier. I mean, this tournament, there is a tournament within a tournament. The greater picture is Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, but this is a tournament by itself as well. You don't win quite as much money as a regular season event, but you get that blue trophy and you get a win on your Bassmaster Elite career.
And $25,000 to win the weight event of this.
It's not inconsequential by any means.
It's all total over $1 million, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole
pay out $1 million this week.
So there's a lot of money on the line. $1 million this week. Going to be handed out.
Well, like Zaldane was saying, he does not want Corey Johnson or anybody else to pass him. Second place, first place is $100,000. Second place is $55,000. Third is $45,000.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you guys wouldn't pass me.
Yeah. It's $10,000.
Throwing that out there.
Yeah, the one crazy thing this week. So Canterbury's got a 9-point lead. People were like, what's he got to do to win AOY? If he finishes 9th, he wins. But if he finishes anywhere else, he loses, no matter what. Because, or like if the guys win, you know what I'm saying? If the anglers, the other anglers do their job. Because all those tiebreaker things that your total weight for the events and whatnot, he's already losing in total weight to everyone in the top 10. Everyone in the top 10 has a better tiebreaker weight than him. So if they obviously beat him in this event, they'll still have more weight than him. So he has to outright win it and can't rely on a tiebreaker this week.
That's interesting.
So Zaldane wins, he's got to be 9th or better.
Yes.
If Zaldane wins.
If Zaldane wins and Canterbury's 9th, Canterbury wins by 1.
If Zaldane's 10th and he's 19th, same scenario.
Yes. And then it'll depend. Then if they fall down to a certain point, it opens the door for Corey. Then Corey can still, top 5 or whatever.
And Stetson Blaylock. He has to have more people falter.
And it'll be interesting. There's no cut. So all 50 fish, you could be AOY and you could be in the top 5. And like Such said with Drew Cook the other day, if he has a bad day 3, that final day of the season, and you fall down to 30th, you don't. There's no floor. Your floor is last. It's not mid pack.
Catch them all 3 days.
That's why I say if with that cut day there at all the regular season events, if Scott Canterbury wins Toyota Angler of the Year this week, to me, the final hour, day 2 at 10 Killer was game changer for him.
Mm-hmm. Well, he got inside the cut and he got to 29th and
gained
gained 10 more points the next day.
Caught every fish he weighed that day in that final hour. He had 4. I'd been with him for several hours. He had 4 babies, 4 that weighed 5 pounds.
Would have missed the cut.
Would have missed a cut. Would certainly not be leading right now. Wouldn't even be close to leading right now.
Well, Drew Cook was leading after, day 1 or 2 there?
2, I think. Yep. So crazy to think about. 1 hour of one regular season event.
Is your whole season?
Yes, yes.
Well, I did an article with him. He went back to the very first event, the very first day of the season at noon. He was struggling and said, change, give it up, and he didn't fish his spot. He saw it in practice once. The next 2 days, he catches 26 pounds and 30 pounds off that spot and finishes 9th when he could have missed the cut. I mean, you could look at any day of the season almost, win or fail, and say that was critical.
Yep. Human nature to focus on the final event, the final days, that sort of thing. But the turnover in the first quarter could be what really cost you the football game. It's the same way with bass fishing. The bad decision, the final hour of the third or fourth event, that sort of thing can cost you making the Bassmaster Classic or winning Angler of the Year or winning Dick's Sporting Good Rookie of the Year.
And what's crazy about the decisions of Canterbury and salvaging a day here or there randomly force other people to do different decisions as well. If it wasn't as close or if he hadn't salvaged Tin Killer, he might be chasing Zaldane, and Zaldane's fishing totally different than being the one chasing Canterbury. So it'll be like you alter your game plan probably, just like football teams do. They play not to lose instead of playing to win. And so if the top 5 are all playing to win, then they all are at least given they're not holding anything back.
Yep. I don't mean this in the wrong way at all, but to me it's comical to hear an angler. Now, a small tournament's one thing, but in the Bassmaster Classic or final event of the year for Toyota Angler of the Year and say, oh, it's just me against the fish, I'm going to go out there and catch all I can catch and that's all it is to it, baloney. Not baloney, but baloney.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you beat the
halfway
fish
there.
this week.
Yeah, halfway there. Because there's a lot of strategy going on. There's a lot going on inside you because this is moments you dream for.
I had several guys tell me, there's no added pressure, but I think it's that crunch time, that 9th inning, the 4th quarter, the 2-minute drill here, that there is some pressure to catch him in the final event.
Yes.
Scott Canterbury, of course, he has been. This is not his first trip to the pool hall, as they say. This year was not. He has been fishing all around this country for many a year with a lot of success, and I kind of doubt he goes into any place without a really solid game plan.
He's just a solid angler that just has good natural instincts and loves the sport, loves doing what he does, and doesn't mind the long drives and staying in the hole. Just loves to tournament bass fish, and he's God-given talent and ability is certainly great. He's got it all.
One thing worth mentioning this week, obviously he hasn't fished St. Clair this time of the year, but last year fished a tour event over at FLW in June. Different than September, obviously, but he did get 13th in that event, so he does maybe have a spot or two that he can just run and salvage, especially if his graphs aren't working. Largemouth might not win the event, but largemouth might save his season, or
could be his kiss of death, trying to just go catch some largemouth.
Just trying to save face, and get out of the wind, fix your graphs, and then go back out or something instead of just beating your head against the wall.
Yeah, I talked with him for quite a while yesterday, and he had some history here, but said I asked him, what about this time of year? Because it's a different place in June than it is right now. Said he'd fished here one time in August, which is more similar than being here in June.
A little bonus coverage for you right now. We're going to be able to take a look at Shane LaHue.
Get a good look there of what you're dealing with.
A little bit less rough and rowdy where Shane is encamped right now, so
he's on the upwind side.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you go straight and running with those waves, if you are going across there, you see a little. Noticed Mike Huff's poles down earlier. That's just to slow the drift down a little bit. It wasn't because he was trying to stay in one place.
No, that would be unwise, probably.
Yeah. sink your boat in about 5 minutes.
Brian Snowden had to rescue a couple guys yesterday practice. 11 o'clock, he caught himself a 4-pounder. Thought these guys were just waving to him. He kind of waves back, and then he hears them yelling, "Help, help," and the boat was sinking. He went over there, strapped it, and pulled him in.
Yeah, read about that.
I wrote that, Tommy.
Yeah, you did. They were saved by the snowman.
The snowman.
I was there. I seen it with my own 2 eyes.
That's where Shane LaHue is, having himself a good day so far. Saw a catch a little bit ago from Brandon Lester. Let's get back down. See what he's going through right now.
Well, it's been about what I expected this morning, honestly. I've got one good smallmouth, probably a 4-pounder, and I've got 3 largemouth that definitely need to get rid of, and one more smaller smallmouth. But I started shallow, just casting a Ned rig around and caught some largemouth. It's kind of weird up shallow. I'm fishing up in the river, and I'm fishing like sand flats and stuff, seawalls. You'll catch a lot of largemouth, and they'll be mixed right in with those big smallmouth up there cruising those flats. So I'm going to go do that some more a little later. Right now I'm fishing just the point where the river splits right here, and the main point comes out. It's a good current break, and it's where I caught the 4-pounder. So we'll spend some more time here and see what happens. I mean, this is the kind of place where there should be a big wad of fish. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time here, see if I can dial them in a little bit. If not, we'll go back shallow and look around some more. Viewers may notice we're not getting crashed around like some of the
No.
We decided to make a call this morning. Yeah, every time I come here, it's partly because I don't want to get beat up in those waves, and it's partly because I love fishing current. You know, I'm from Tennessee. I'm used to fishing current on the Tennessee River and places like that. So I kind of understand what these fish do in the river a lot better than I do out there, because Lake St. Clair is a lot different than a lot of smallmouth fisheries. It's basically a big bowl, and it's kind of hard to.
Like it right there.
It can be hard to pinpoint where the fish are going to be from day to day, and so I feel comfortable here in the river, and there's big ones in here too. So that's where I spend my time. There he is, big one. That's a big one, dude. I mean, a big one. It feels big anyway. Don't come up. Gosh, I'm coming up. Oh, monster.
Wow, that's a big fish.
Gosh, that's a big one. Come here, girl. Get out from under that boat. Golly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is what I'm talking about.
Beautiful fish.
Gosh. Good morning, bass fans. Look at that big brown beauty. Well, that's a big one. Put her on the big side.
Doesn't get much better than that on Bass Live.
Oh my gosh.
There's your update.
I talk about the river and why I feel comfortable, and I know where these fish live in the current, and there's one.
Yeah, that's a little punctuation right at the end of the
big one.
Very well put summation of what's going on. I don't know. That's a good one for Brandon Lester right there.
Great to hear him, like you said, explain why he's in the river and enjoys fishing current, and he knows a lot about it. With the wind blowing, it's certainly a safe haven.
Yeah.
And with the wind blowing in practice and forecast to be blowing during the event, I thought a lot of the anglers would fish the river. And I asked Scott Canterbury. He said he did not practice in the river at all, which really surprised me.
How much you think you're calling?
I'd say that's a pretty good call. What y'all think?
About 4 pounds.
Good deal. Man, that was right on cue. Give me some.
Wanna make that drift again?
I think we might.
Brandon, give us that whole rundown again and catch another one like that. I didn't hear everything. I can always find something new.
We'll put it in as a 4.5, but I think it's a 5 to be honest.
Well, we're still alive, you know, the world's right now.
That's a big one.
Okay.
I put it in as 4.5. It was skinny. It was skinny. What do you think it weighed, DK? That sounds good to me.
Did you just say baloney, David?
It's a new word.
I was going to say
it's useful. It's a useful word.
Create a new word.
Yeah. He had a good one earlier today. We mentioned that, and we saw it, as a matter of fact. A bit of this for you.
Stay on there, girl. I told you them brown ones would show up.
This was earlier today here in the river. How much time he spent on the largemouth scenario, but hopefully he stays away from that, because his two biggest fish are certainly those brown fish.
Yes.
4.4 and a 4.12.
You can't get in a hurry. I mean, they just bulldogging this current.
Dave Mercer just texted Brandon Lester could win this thing. If the wind continues to blow, if he stays in that river, he's definitely have an advantage on just being able to fish your area. Yeah, just being able to fish.
Yeah,
and move around. I mean, to be able to move around in the river is a big asset rather than
taking 12 minutes to get to that other side where you see over there right now.
And get over there and your graphs don't work because you banged everything around. So, you know.
Yes,
So many things to factor in.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. That's what we're looking for.
And he's got EK with him, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
we heard
you got to factor that in.
We're going to see a bunch of them brown fish today, aren't we? I heard that was the first thing I heard this morning.
Yeah.
More like it right there.
Brandon Lester's season. And again, another great one, 6th place. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. You have had yourself a good season. Lake Lanier, the most challenging, as it was for a lot of really good anglers. Lake Lanier was temperamental, but really fun to be at and watch that whole thing. And we understand that right now, Brandon Lester is in 3rd place in the points race right now after those fish right there, and he is our unofficial leader in this tournament, within the tournament, according to Bass Track.
Good, solid fisherman. Been on the Elite Series how many years now, Ronnie? 5, 6?
This is his 6th.
Yeah. 6th season. Yeah.
He was a rookie when I was a rookie. That's how I'll never forget Lester's years. 2014.
One of those anglers, I'm sure, looking forward to Lake Gunnersville Bassmaster Classic.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that top 10 right there at Lake Gunnersville. And
lives close by.
We sort of promoted him as being a Knoxville, Tennessee river guy during the Classic, but the fact of the matter was, and he kept telling us that I'm more of a Gunnersville guy, actually, guys. I'm from way down.
So no Pell Mountain this year.
Yeah.
All this is just the point of where the river, there's 2 channels that go separate ways right here, and the point runs out in here and meets the current. You can see it on the graph right here, but there's grass all up on that flat. Well, it comes out here, and right out where that grass meets this sand, That's where those fish are sitting. All of those bites have been right in there where you see those waypoints. You can see you got a channel going this way, you got a channel going this way, and a point sticking out here. That's the deal. I mean, this is the kind of place where I feel like it'll reload too. A lot of that shallow stuff, a lot of those are rogue fish, you know, when you catch them, there's not going to be another one show up in that spot, but I feel like this place will reload, so I'm hoping it's not going to be fast and furious, but I'm hoping I can get a good bag here.
Very, very familiar with where Brandon Lester's fishing, and I agree with him 100%. It's a place that a lot of current splitting right there off that point. A lot of new fish can move up throughout the day.
Again, Brandon Lester started this day in 6th place Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. He is unofficially leading this tournament right now. And the angler who started 2 places ahead of him, Stetson Blaylock, is in 2nd place.
Yes, that's what we're looking for.
A lot of money on the line with both of them having a chance to move up in the Toyota Angler of the Year money, and then also this event, $25,000 to the winner.
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
A lot on the line for those guys.
Yeah, it's got their attention. I'm pretty sure.
Gosh.
Had three largemouth and one smallmouth until he caught this fish. Solid 4 3/4, maybe even a 5-pound smallmouth there.
That was a tank right there. There's our leaderboard Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and Stetson Blaylock on top there. Scott Canterbury, Chris Zaldane, Brandon Lester moving up too. Couple of spots.
Yep.
We got plenty more to come. Man, oh man. Get things developing, changing, whirling around that leaderboard. More changes to come.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid. At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Yeah.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Lake St. Clair, Detroit, Michigan, and here out of the wind and the pounding water is Brandon Lester. We have seen some good stuff from Brandon Lester, including a nice little keeper largemouth right there.
The good thing about fishing the current in the river, well, you could catch largemouth anywhere on Lake St. Clair or the rivers, the Detroit River, the St. Clair River, but you can definitely have a high percentage chance to catch some largemouth fishing the St. Clair River. The population's good there, but these are the fish, those brown ones and those big ones that live in the St. Clair River. Those are the ones that Brandon Lester needs to have a chance to win Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year or win this event itself.
Well, there is a lot of the St. Clair River, just about all of it, available to these guys right here. It goes all the way up to the 94 bridge there, I guess, where it gets into Lake Huron, the customary start of Lake Huron.
Yeah, looking at that map, you could see Huron and the Lake St. Clair, and you think, wow, that's a nice little stretch of creek there, but that's miles and miles of big river with fishing offshore like Brandon Lester, or the seawalls like you saw him fishing earlier. You could have a 100-boat tournament just in that section
islands
of river.
to braid through and all this. It's got it all.
I try to get you guys to, plug your sponsors or whatever, make your money on the.
That's what it's all about.
On the other channel, they'll.
Here we go.
Another big one. That might not be a bass, dude. That feels like a drum. Yeah, it really does. It feels like a drum. I'm gonna come to the back. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it is a bass, and there's another freaking mule with it. I can't believe it's a bass. It felt just like a drum. That one's off to the side. I wish I marked the waypoint. There's a bunch more here than I thought there was.
Saw him, huh?
Yeah, I saw him. It was a big bass, and there was another big one right behind him.
Okay.
Gosh. What am I talking about, a drum? Are you kidding me? That sucker can't even jump. So dang big. Come here, girl. Mm-hmm. Get up in here. That's what I'm talking about.
Stud.
Get you some of that. Another good one. Let's see what she weighs, just see if my eyes.
What you got, Ron?
No, it's not as big as the last.
I have an idea what the last one is after you weigh this one. Hey, we're not locked.
No, I know. Okay. We won't be weighing him because the scale's dead, but that's all right.
Bailed me out. I was not sure.
Yeah. Full pounder.
I would say over 4.5.
Yeah, he's
probably
over 4.
410, 412, something like that.
Gets rid of a 1/8, so it's a nice call. Anyway, you slice it.
Talked earlier about Patrick Walters taking a picture of that 7-pound largemouth. They're quality largemouth here at St. Clair, but it's just hard to catch the kind of fish that we're seeing Brandon Lester consistently. Any other species other than the smallmouth. I mean, you catch a 4, 5, 6, even 7-pound largemouth at St. Clair, you tell everybody. You catch a 4, 5, 6-pound smallmouth,
you're one of the bunch.
One of the bunch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Lester putting a little something together here right before our very eyes. There's a reason we're binge watching Brandon Lester.
You know, in the wind, the forecast was supposed to blow during the practice and not so much in the tournament, so I understand maybe not more anglers focusing on the river, but it just doesn't look like there's many people with the game plan that he has, which I think is perfect for the weather.
Supposed to be because of the current, like you were saying. I mean, this is easy.
Oh, it's a better start than I expected, to be honest. It's possible to catch those big ones like that up shallow, but it's a long time between.
What's our small one in there now? We still got a 2-pounder.
Yeah, we still got a couple of 2-pounders.
Yeah.
If I get 2 more of them big ones like that here, I'll probably lay off of this hole, honestly.
Oh yeah, okay.
I mean,
still live on the mixed channel.
Okay.
Give it a show.
I mean, it's a 3-day deal, you know. I mean, once you get up there past 20, what am I talking about? We just got to cull 2 more.
That's right.
We'll worry about that first.
It's nice to cull up pounds instead of ounces.
It is. It really is. That one really did have a big one with it. I mean, he looked to be the same size.
I was thinking he was a little smaller, then you showed him to me. I was like, he's kind of,
Yeah.
the other one's kind of skinny.
Yeah. He's a good one.
You got a whole bunch of people to thank for helping you out in 2019. We're going to get them all, but who are we starting with today?
We're going to start with Mudhole Custom Tackle. They've been my title deal from the get-go. 6 years on the Elite Series now, and dude, I might not be here without them. I mean, they gave me a chance and took a chance on a kid that was 24 years old and just wanted a chance to bass fish. So definitely thanks to those guys. And everybody else that makes it possible too. Mustad, Wind Grips. We'll try to get them all. X-Zone Lures, Phoenix Boats, Mercury, Costa, Vicious Fishing Line, just everybody. You guys know who my sponsors are. Yeah, Toyota, most definitely. Thanks to Toyota for everything that they do for the whole sport of bass fishing, not just me, but for all of us. But it's been a heck of a season, man. It really has. The best season I've ever had, and I couldn't be happier with how everything's shook out.
I know a couple business partners back in Clinton, Tennessee. Is that where you live?
Fayetteville.
Fayetteville.
Yep.
That you might want to mention.
Yeah, I definitely got to thank my family too. I'm sure Kim and the girls are watching. I'm sure my mom and dad and the whole crew is probably watching. You don't know how bad I miss my girls right now. It seems like I've been on the road a lot. The heck, I have been on the road a lot this year, but we got one last derby to take care of, and then I'll be home for a while. So It makes things, puts things into perspective and makes you miss home a lot more when you have an 18-month-old at home, and I got an 8-year-old stepdaughter, so it can be tough at times, but they get to travel with me, and they came on a couple of trips this year. They went to Niagara Falls while we were in New York, so it's cool. I'm not complaining at all.
Brandon Lester said we're going to have a lot of fun this morning. I think he knew what he was talking about. He's put himself in a position to have some fun. I even didn't give a little roll call, and thanks to a lot of people for his season. There is his season right there in front of us. Started out with a good top 12 at the St. Johns River. Like a lot of anglers, we mentioned Lake Lanier was a tough one to crack, and that was his toughest one of the year for sure.
Solid year there for him, though, no doubt. And he said it feel like he'd been on the road a lot. You see there, he has been on the road a lot, like the other anglers.
He's got a solid basis for that statement right there for sure. Coming up top 12, Lake 10 Killer, so tough.
Only guy today with a limit of fish.
Yeah, well.
Early in the day.
What he has done in the first, just a little over 2 hours of fishing, he will qualify as our Mercury move of the day, I think, guys. That's making a big move on a. Hey, this is a short tournament. This is a drag race. This is only 3 days, Davey. Yes. This is not 4. Your Mercury move of the day has to be fast.
Yes, exactly right. And there's several Mercury move of the days within a move, and I think the first move, great move for Brandon Lester with the wind and with the condition, is to choose to spend his time in the St. Clair River. We've seen some of those other anglers, and it's brutal, just not only running, but trying to fish. We saw waves coming over front of the boat. So first great Mercury move of the day for Brandon Lester is choosing the St. Clair River. The second great move of the day is getting away from those greenfish, those largemouth bass in the St. Clair River, and getting out more in the main river itself out here on this point where these bigger smallmouth bass are.
It's a dang big. Come here, girl.
Certainly an area where he's fishing that could reload by the minute, definitely overnight or from one day to the next. But you heard him talking about catch 2 more like that, I'd leave. He'd be looking at 25 plus if he catches 2 more like 2 of the ones that we've seen him catch here in the last hour.
Had a heck of a year this year. Have you had a chance to look at the schedule for next year?
I have. It looks awesome too.
What stands out to you?
Chickamauga will be a good one. I'm looking forward to that one. That's only about a couple of hours from the house. I don't have a ton of experience over there, but there's going to be some giant bags caught at Chickamauga in February. I mean, there will probably be a couple of 30-plus pound bags caught. I mean, it's kind of a...
How do you catch them in February? What's a couple of ways where you think you might see out there?
Jerk bait, most definitely. Lipless crankbait, chatterbait. It really depends on the weather. Tennessee weather can be pretty volatile in February. I mean, some of the pockets could be froze over, or the water temperature could be in the high 50s. But either way, I mean, there will be some big ones caught. Shallow cranking, just several different things, but it'll be a shallow water beatdown, no doubt.
What else stood out to you about 2020?
Eufaula. I've never been to Eufaula before, and I was talking to Drew Benton and Drew Cook. They were telling me it's been really good the past couple of years. Santee is another one, Santee Cooper. I've never been there before. You know, a lot of the places that we go, I've been there, and it's always fun to go to a new place because you don't have any history. It's just a blank slate, and it's just you know, just trying to figure out what's going on and learn the lake. So I always like going somewhere new, but, you know, we're going back to the St. Lawrence River. We're coming back here to St. Clair, so awesome schedule. Really good. Looking forward to the Classic at Guntersville, too. That one's going to be a good one. 50th anniversary. No better place to do it than right there on Lake Guntersville, so we should hit it pretty good in March, too. It should be good fishing.
Yeah, it should be perfect. Hopefully.
interesting to hear. Brandon Lester, 6th season on the Elite Series, and he's never been to Santee Cooper, never been to Lake Eufaula.
Eufaula, how about that?
That's great.
Yeah.
Get a taste of those legendary fisheries.
Boy, those are 2 classes you need to take in your career for sure.
Old Davey was fired up for y'all going to Santee Cooper. You know, that's his
Yeah.
neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Notice your old Davy now.
What's that?
He said old Davy. Oh, you're old.
I think it was O-L-E, not old.
Yeah, old, okay.
Yeah. Like my old buddy.
So I just got a text from my good friend Guck, Alan McGuckin.
Uh-huh.
He did a story, I remember now, that Brandon Lester is scared of big water, big waves, it bothers him a little bit, and it could be certainly a good thing for him to stay away from those waves and to respect Lake St. Clair with the wind blowing 20 miles per hour and leading this event.
I've been there many a time, and there's some guys that have been around who have gotten frightened out there.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, there's a bunch of them. I mean, they see that they look. I mean, they'll stick their head out and look at that flag the second they wake up in the morning and never quit watching it. It's.
So I got to tell this on myself, I guess. In 2001, we were there, the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, and the wind was blowing like 25 to 30. I don't know if it was the first or second day of practice. And I choose to fish Lake St. Clair, and there's nobody out there. And I realized why, an hour into my day. In the area that I ended up finding to do so well in the tournament, when I stopped, I'm like, I'm going to go fish this area. When I got there, I was calling myself everything but a smart bass fisherman because I had just got pounded, and I got there and waves over the front, waves over the back, waves over, and there's nobody, and I'm like, I'm the only one dumb enough to be out here today. And it turned out, but I did learn the river after that. Ended up in that tournament, fished the river and out in the lake some, both. But it can, if you've never been out there, it's hard. You see that picture there, Scott Canterbury, but it's hard to realize just how rough that is if you would take off and try to go to the other side of the lake right there. What a beating you and your equipment would take.
Yeah, it would seem like forever too. Just, man.
Boy, Davey, looking at that result in 2001, is in late August. It's 68 pounds and change.
Gobies or something down there.
Our winner had 88 pounds here in 2017, 4 days.
Yep, it's a better fishery, and we just heard, I don't know if you caught that, but just heard Brandon Lester say gobies down there biting at my drop shot, and it's the gobies.
That's what it
have
is.
Changed so many of our smallmouth fisheries. Yeah, a 20-pound bag in 2000, 2001. Boy, that's
a winner.
Wow, 20 pounds of smallmouth, and now 20 pounds even would win very few tournaments there. Now it's got to be 21 to 27 most events.
Got some help out here.
Yeah, the post before he hit that weight on the front. Well, we know there's one more great big old gorilla face swimming out there.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it. The one with it.
Didn't mention this, but Jeff Gustafson, one of our Canadian anglers in the field this week, one of the smallmouth favorites, went to the hospital at 3 a.m. this morning, had a spine from a fish in practice, got stuck in his finger, and last night it just got swelled up to the point where it was about as wide as it was long, and just like these smallmouth are. And so he ended up going to the hospital this morning, getting it taken out, and he did make it out, for takeoff and everything. But
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
No sleep for him last night, but
He's got 3 fish for 9 pounds up to 5th place. Tied.
Spine from one of the fish.
like a fish fin, they battle in the waves, and one pokes you and breaks off inside you. It'll sometimes take a long time to work its way out, and sometimes it just lets you know, hey, I'm in your finger real quick. And it has, I guess, over the last few days, it's gotten worse and worse.
Boy, for those guys. For Scott Canterbury fighting the waves where he's at, and you look at Brandon Lester.
Contrast. It's like, man.
Big difference there.
Relaxing Sunday morning out there
Yes.
on the river. I never remember us starting a tournament on a Sunday before. That's a new one on me, but here we are. Had to get our guys plenty of time to get up and practice, which
And normally we
was not
have
good.
normally we have this Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and Saturday's like a fan day. They decided to make Saturday the fan day, but instead of being in the middle of the event,
for another one.
it was before the event. That's why practice ended Friday, but we didn't start till today, instead of interrupting the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, Stetson Blaylock's keeping pace with Lester here. He just caught a 4.6. He's up to 18 pounds on the day.
The sun comes out. With all that grass up there, all them little sandy spots.
Well, how would you approach that with one of these swim
Ned rig or a swim bait, yeah. They really ought to bite that swim bait, but
a little more? I don't know if we're going to get a whole lot of
nah, we probably ain't gonna get it today.
It might be kind of filtered like this.
I don't think we're gonna get it tomorrow either, honestly.
It'll be warmer though.
Yeah. That'll be nice.
Pack some shorts.
I know, I did too. Well, the problem is you look at the long range forecast up here and it's very misleading.
Yeah.
But I learned a long time ago, if you come north and anytime past August, you better have some warm clothes. Oh, most definitely. Yeah. All the trees at home are brown because they're dead.
Very dry.
Ooh. Just as bad where you are in South Carolina,
Yes,
Davey?
extremely dry. Extremely dry.
So I'm talking last night, so no relief in sight on that either.
They were cultivating fields on 40 between Memphis and Little Rock, and it was like the biggest dust storm you'd ever seen. It was unbelievable. The topsoil just up in the air.
Just blown away.
I don't watch football. Talking to the wrong one there, Cat.
I wouldn't watch if I was a Tennessee fan.
I was going to say, there's a lot of Tennessee people that don't watch football.
Good morning.
I hate to say that, but it just...
Back fans out there, could your cameraman start Melvin Gordon or not?
They want to talk about the Titans,
Melvin
probably.
Gordon.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Could I start him in fantasy?
Mariota.
Should
Baby.
Eric Kafka start Melvin Gordon in fantasy football? Maybe some of you Bass fans out there are also big football fans. I am not a big football fan. I mean, I bass fish and deer hunt and turkey hunt, and that's about it, but I'm sure some of you like football. I got nothing against football, but just not my thing.
All right. We'll get the votes in. When does deer season open in Tennessee?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Tournament ends on Tuesday.
Yep. I will be driving home Tuesday night.
You'll be in a tree Wednesday evening?
Wednesday evening, most definitely, yeah.
Boy.
Out on St. Clair, we've got the measurement, the FPM, the flaps per minute on the rain jackets and the gear. In the rivers, we have words per minute because you guys can communicate.
Actually,
so the
can
anglers
hear
and
one another.
cameramen are actually having a
real
lot of
surprised
talks.
we have not had another bite.
Well, they're the right ones, though.
I enjoy that,
they
though.
are.
And
I mean, I
if
knew
you
it
don't know
wasn't gonna
Brandon
be
Lester, it's like you're in the conversation
fast
with him.
and
You get to
furious
learn
here,
what
'cause there's
what
not
nice
like a
guy
big,
he is.
huge school
Easy
over
to
or
get
anything,
along and
but
talk
it's
with.
just kind of one of those. I feel like it's a feeding spot. So if they want to slide it.
I always talk with my cameraman or Marshall a lot more when I had 17, 18 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Smallmouth in the boat by 8:30 also.
Yeah, you're a big-hearted guy when,
Yeah.
when it's like that. You know, no problem. No problem this morning for Brandon Lester.
Chris Zaldane this morning starting shallow. Some sand and grass mixture there with a jerkbait. Caught that good one right out of the gate, but it's slowed down a little bit for him since then.
Yeah, said he was possibly planning to make a move a little bit later, but all moves are subject to being able to get there in a timely fashion. Dave Mercer filled us in on that and how time is of the essence here. And again, just a 3-day tournament. We're not fishing for 4 whole days here in this 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, but right on top, in the points right there, you see them 1 and 2. Started 4 and 6, Stetson Blaylock and Scott Canterbury.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy. He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Jamie Hartman. Trip includes airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Nitro Z18 with Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics power pole, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $40,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Well, let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me. You and me. Let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me.
Anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting, because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S. today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S. cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Into the third hour of fishing for these 50 anglers who've qualified for the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year tournament. Lake St. Clair, Detroit, Michigan, day 1 of 3 days of fishing. Not 4, but 3 days of fishing. Heading out of Metro Park, as most of our tournaments just about always do here. When we come to St. Clair, this legendary place with the incredible population of smallmouth bass. And once in a while, you see a good largemouth as well. We've seen that today. That's the point standings right now.
Currently, so I guess Chris Aldane
has made his move. We can't.
He was out of range when he landed his 4th fish, a 5-pounder. He's up to 13.5. He's 3rd place right now in this weight event. And our guys must be hooking up to where they're standing exactly to equate it to AOI points.
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dave.
So, should we have Bass Track, fairly current Bass Track information on Scott Canterbury?
Yes.
So
I think it's pretty current.
Think he's only got the one fish.
Yeah, the one fish. It's a half a pound.
But yeah, I mean, I'd love to ask his cameraman for him to talk about that, because that might have just been a catch that was a non-keeper that popped in as a keeper. You know what I'm saying? Because it's hard to have a half-pound smallmouth that's a keeper here.
Or the decimal could be in the wrong. It could be an 8-pounder. More likely than an 8-ouncer.
Sure, yeah.
That's marked one right there.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting right there. See the bottom out here, I guess it's from the current over the years. It's got like depressions in it, so it kind of does like this. It goes up and down. You can see he's sitting down in that little depression. Yeah. Which is right where he should be.
I stand corrected, guys. We just got word from his Canterbury's cameraman that he does have one, and it is in that half-pound region. So, 51 points for him.
Must be a lime burner if it's 8 ounces. If you know what I mean. It's a very thin fish to be.
Yeah, he must look like a Roman candle.
Yes. After it's been fired.
After it's been fired.
I'm back in the danger zone. This is where it ought to go down at.
Brandon mentioned it, Dave Mercer mentioned it. You mentioned it, the current here. You just don't realize how constant and strong. The first time you go out on the lake, you think, well, you can't see anything, so you don't really have a sense of. And when you can first see that bottom and you see it whizzing by like it is, it's like, man, oh man, there's a ton of current.
It's really incredible. And there's, we've been talking about it all morning. You mentioned it again, but you can't overstate how strong it is. If you've never seen it with, it's like seeing a picture of the Grand Canyon. You don't appreciate it until you see it and you go, wow. But Lake Huron
you think
is
of all
being
that water
funneled into
pinched down
the St. Clair River
to a little pond,
yes,
relatively.
So, and that's why these fish move so much. It's the river itself is the most consistent. It has the most structure and current breaks that are consistent than anywhere on St. Clair itself.
Yeah, 6'9" is just a good size, man. I mean, that 6'9", 6'10". I see guys talking about using 7 foot and 7'2". 7 foot's okay, but some guys talk about using 7'6" drop shot rods, and I'll be the first one to say, if you find something that works for you in fishing, do it. But 6'9" works for me. I just don't see a need to use a long rod. I just don't. I can do.
You about 6'1"?
Yeah, I'm 6'1".
6'1", so I mean.
And I've caught.
I'm short, so I use shorter rods.
Right. Yeah, I've caught a lot of big smallmouth and largemouth too on this blank. I mean, I drop shot with it. I shaky head with it. Threw a shaky head at 10 killer last week with it. I use it for probably 80 to 90% of my spinning rod applications. It works. I'm comfortable with it, I can skip baits really well, like wacky worming and Nico rigs and stuff like that, but it's a good blank, really good. Medium power, when you're drop shot fishing, everybody thinks you need a little bitty noodle of a rod, but a smallmouth has a pretty hard mouth, and you need a rod that's got a little bit of backbone to it to really drive that hook home. But you need one that's got some bend too, to so they don't ever get slack, because if they ever get slack in the line, it's over with. So it's a good combination.
Up here and get a whip crack. Give it some time here.
Yeah. I thought it was about to go down when I seen that one following that last one I caught, but
We've had a little help on the spot too this
Yeah.
morning. We still getting a little.
We just had another one show up.
Well, we were scratching our heads wondering what an 8-ounce keeper would look like. Let's see. We do have some rough footage of this catch. It's just so far out there.
I hate to put that fish in the live well. It's the smallest fish I've caught all week.
It is thin.
It's worth 50 points though. That's the smallest fish I've ever.
It was small.
I'll take it, he says.
It was thin.
He would look right at home in a can with about 7 more, just about his size, and some
he would,
and some olive oil.
But exactly. But he put him right in that live well, saying it's worth 50 points. He did not hesitate.
Halfway there, halfway to 100, right there.
We all know he's going to catch a number of keepers, but
oh sure,
he didn't throw it back.
No. You don't do that. See, the fall is, well, it's here, according to the calendar. It's definitely arriving in Michigan.
According to the calendar is right, because I've been watching the weather here, knowing I was going to be in Arkansas this week. These mid 90 degree days.
Oh my
Holy
gosh.
Cow.
We talk about all the reasons the guys are here, and this is a tournament unto itself, an award unto itself. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year payout. What did we say? $1 million?
$1 million.
$1 million,
Yep,
and that's
total.
the way it shakes out right there. $100,000 to the winner.
Maybe that means it's tough on everybody.
That's a big deal right there. That's
15th place, 21 grand. That's not a bad deal.
I think 10th place is basically what like second in a normal Elite Series event would get. That second or third is 25,000. So 10th place and up, you've just got a second place in the whole Elite tournament.
And I hate to talk about so many years ago, especially to you, Ronnie, because you were so young. But when I won in 2002 Toyota Angler of the Year, first place was $25,000, and second place was good job, better luck next year, buddy. Kind of deal. And you look at that, $1 million being given out. And yes, that was 18 years ago, but $1 million versus $25,000 total payout for Toyota Angler Year. I mean, that's huge.
That's get anyone's attention. Of course, the days before that, you had to walk to school uphill both ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, 20 years ago.
And then on your day off, you got out on St. Clair in 5-foot rollers.
Okay.
And a rowboat.
There you go.
And 1 minute ago,
With
Stetson
1 pound.
Blaylock caught his 4-pounder to get him at 20 pounds even.
Lester's hooked up.
So are we 3 hours into? Close to 3 hours?
It took off at 6 Central. So, yeah. So 3 hours and 15 minutes fishing time.
Not the start Scott Canterbury wanted. 1 8-ouncer in the live well.
No.
One thing worth noting, 42nd to 50th in Angler of the Year. The last guy in the Classic, Paul Mueller, down to Jay Yellison, 50th. Don't have marshals with them today, so they're not going to report. So that Classic line is going to be something we're really going to watch at the weigh-in. And then tomorrow, when we have more cameramen and another marshal or two, everyone will have them.
What happens?
And here's, that's huge, obviously. But with Canterbury, you need to move is what you're thinking.
Yeah.
But then you think, gosh, I can't go running around this lake. I mean, I would be thinking if I was in his shoes right now, gosh, I need to get this isn't working. But then if I was in his shoes, you'd think, well, man, I can't just start running around because I'll waste my day trying to navigate.
3 hours gone already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Take your 45 minutes to run to the other side, the other end of the lake. Potentially, it really could from where he's at. And there's no guarantees when you get there. So 45 and 45, you've burned an hour and a half just in running time. It really pins you down, and you feel like maybe you need to make a move, make an adjustment. And I'm really glad I talked to him yesterday, and he said, hey, I didn't practice in the river. I've not fished in there. So that tells me why he hasn't gone there. But because had I not known that he hasn't ever spent any time there in the rivers, I'd be thinking, why not get in that river?
Yeah.
You see what Brandon Lesser's dealing with. It's just a beautiful Sunday morning.
Yeah,
not even rough in the river.
2 different planets there.
I didn't much, no. I don't expect to get a lot of bites on it, but I feel like it's a good way to catch a big one. Man, that wind is chilly.
It's all relative.
You should have been aware.
That might be our power pole replay of the day right there.
Yeah.
Just because it's laughable.
Even blowing there.
Certainly he was joking when he said that.
Yeah.
That's like when your power's been out for an hour and your house is getting a little chilly, but your neighbor's house has been out for 3 hours and it's much colder, but you're like, oh, it's a little chilly here. Well.
Ooh, Todd Ott, and not waiting until days 2 or 3, he's up to 3rd place with 16 pounds. He worked his way inside the Classic Cut last event, and he's wanting to stay there for sure.
What are you working with there?
I just putting a bigger head on. I haven't caught them on a 3/4 this week, but this wind is so bad, I'm just going to step up to a 3/4 head instead of a half, where I can feel a little bit better and get it down. I've only caught 1 or 2 fish on a 3/4 this week, but I just always up here. I put a little Strike Force. It's the spray that I use all year, but it's oily. It gives it a little lubricant, so your heads will slide in a lot easier. Just makes it a lot easier to rig your baits when you're trying to shove a tube head up in a tube. My clippers are at.
Here, Scott Canterbury there, he was using a 1/2 ounce jig head in his tube and went up to 3/4 just to be able to keep better contact with it with all the wind and the waves. Good move. The only thing that I get concerned about when you start getting up to that size jig head, it's just a lot more bulk in that fish's mouth and more leverage for that small mouth to throw the bait, and then also more bulk to keep the fish from being able to close its mouth totally on that bait and the bait coming out of its mouth.
A little bonus coverage of Luke Palmer on the right there while we're watching Scott Canterbury, digesting what he just told us and what we saw him do there. Luke Palmer's listed as one fish today, but boy, it's a good one.
There's a first big fish of the day.
He's sitting there 25th in AOY, 100 points above the classic line, so he didn't even, well, he might need to, like, catching one for sure
one
does
fish
it, but
certainly does it.
Yeah. But even if he's zeroed, it would probably be, he'd still probably make it in. Because that's the biggest thing. You know, God forbid anything ever happened, but we know what happens with equipment, with just
absolutely.
waves. These are, we're assuming they make it back in on
Making it
time
back in.
and get their fish weighed in. You could have a simple battery issue or something, and you're 15 minutes late, and you're, instead of 15-pound penalty, you lose your weight.
We've already seen it this year.
Yeah.
When the weather conditions were not anywhere near this difficult. Here's something that I had not even thought about, because, and we're talking with Scott Canterbury yesterday, he didn't have the greatest practice ever, but he didn't have a bad practice. I'm sure he didn't think, and after I had the conversation with him yesterday, I didn't think he'd be sitting on one fish for not even a pound right now. But here's something on a lake like St. Clair, and with the conditions, and I was talking earlier about you feel like you need to make a move, but it's so difficult with the winds blowing like they are. If you fall, if you don't weigh in 10 pounds today, you have dug. It's not like 10 killer, where, hey, the guy, the Stetson Blaylock, the Chris Zaldane, they're going to have a rough day too, because they're not going to.
Everybody you expect is going to. One of those four is going to be
Corey
a
Johnson,
washout.
a Stetson Blaylock, Chris Zaldane, or Scott Canterbury. You have a day with 10 pounds or less, you're. I hate to say out of it, but it would be very difficult to make up, because there's going to be, out of that top 5, there's going to be 3 or 4 of those guys going to catch over 15 pounds every single day. And if you've got under 10, it's going to be very difficult for you to make.
There's going to be some people in between you and them,
Yes.
for sure.
We've seen that at Mille Lacs when we've had AOI championships there. You catch 10 pounds, and then you go and bust 21, and you move 1 point, and you're 70. You get 49th that week.
You can't have that real bad day on a fishery like this.
Yeah.
And expect to win.
Yeah.
You can have it. Heck, we all have it, but this, you just can't recover from a.
No, and amplified by the fact it's 3 days instead of 4
Yes,
fishing.
good point.
Which I think is good.
Yes.
I think that's a good deal. Luke Palmer's had a good year, 4th in Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year standings there.
Good solid fisherman. I got to know him this year, being on site at the events. Good solid fisherman, great addition to the Elite Series field.
Really came into his own when I knew him in the opens. He was pretty quiet. He's still quiet now. Still quiet, but he knows he's feeling more comfortable, which is always cool to see when they open up like that.
There he is, 4th right there. Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. That's going some when you consider this field he's been up against. The Garrett Pauquettes and Greg DePalmas and Tyler Vetts. Derek Hudnall. And Ed Lofgren. There's another great story. We'll get to that a little bit later today as well. There's a whole lot going on our first day of the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Tournament.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
wake the streets up. Yeah. Wake the streets up. Come on.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
Thing to your kids at all.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
There it is, Lake St. Clair, all 300 plus square miles of it out there, and we got 50 anglers out there trying to negotiate it. Get something going, get your points up. We got 3 days to win Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Chris Zaldain certainly taking advantage of the opportunity right now. Points-wise, he is in the lead, and a good lead as it stands over Stetson Blaylock. Scott Canterbury having a slow day out there. We must keep our eyes on that day behind.
Big deal here, and Scott Canterbury is obviously early on only the first day. We've got 3 full days of fishing here, but not the start he wanted with only 1 bass in the live well. And here's something else to think about. Dave Mercer just reminded me of this during the break. Do you put that one little small, not so healthy looking fish in your live well and take the chance of that fish
maybe not making it to the weigh-in? Yeah.
And then if you do get on a good stringer, then you've got that fish. So there's a lot going on this morning, no doubt about it.
We had some bonus coverage of Luke Palmer a little bit ago, and we kept the marshal kept it going for us, and we got this. This is moments ago.
Yep.
That just shows you. Makes it difficult to land those fish
they
also.
Just cut off. Right when you hooked up, they cut off. I don't know if they're still filming, so I'm just...
Keeper there for Luke Palmer, fishing not too far from Scott Canterbury.
Didn't know that. Good to see.
Well, we've been trying to get something out of Chris Zaldain's camera. We got a little something for you here. Take a look. Looks like he's hooked up.
Haven't seen it yet. Oh boy. So important when you're pinpointing a spot as I'm fighting a fish to hit spot lock, and keeps me right on top of it. That way I'm not blown a quarter mile down. It's a digger. Oh, another giant. Oh boy. Another giant. Oh, stay on there. I got it on a 7.5 foot drop shot rod. It's super limber, so all I gotta do is keep pressure on it. Stay buttoned.
Surface a little rough, but we're not gonna cut away from this right. This is a points leader right now. Chris Zaldain. Hang with it. See if this should be his 5th fish. Is that right, Such? Hard to say?
Not sure.
Okay.
4th or 5th?
Get out of there.
Maybe 4th?
Come on. Come on, bro. AOI fish. Oh gosh, get out of there. Come here. Big giant one. No, stay. No.
She's good enough to tell how big that was.
Oh, wow. No. Come here. No. Yeah.
Solid.
I believe that's his number 4, a 5-pounder.
Number 4, a 5-pounder. Wow. So, what's that give him? Unofficially, obviously.
13.5, 4th place. 4 fish.
And if that happened to be his 5th, like if that happened to be his 5th and it was a 5-pounder, he would be in 2nd place in the event, jump up 2 spots.
So Canterbury, our leader, with one fish less than a pound of live well, and then we've got second, third, fourth, and fifth place. Well, we don't have contact with Corey Johnson, but the ones we do have contact with are all having good days.
Yeah,
over 12 pounds, all of them, with Brandon Lester being 17, 18ish.
Let's bring Mark Zona into the
Blaylock
conversation
first
right
with 20.
now. And Z, you're watching this too and keeping up with what's going on. What do you make of it all right now?
This whole season, I heard Mercer talk about it earlier. This whole season has been a season of improbability. I mean, from talking to Scott Canterbury yesterday, he said, look, worst case scenario, he said a bad day for where I'm fishing. And guys, we've covered so many events here at St. Clair. He's basically in that little diamond about 3.5 to 4 miles south of Metro. You guys remember it the last time we were here. Heck, half of the field was there. Mm-hmm. And it's one of the biggest community holes to do that, to catch 16 to 18 pounds. You play it safe, you come to the weigh-in, and life's good. But you know what's weird is watching his day so far, you can kind of see that frustration. And Davey, this is something I thought about that we did not talk about earlier. Almost every time we come here, service issues like that to me, that is always one of the biggest factors when you come to St. Clair. Just a little mechanical bug can jump into your game plan, and we've seen that with him today. Constantly, bouncing back to his driver's seat, going back to the bow. This is really the first time of the entire season that you're see, we need to be out in that today, Tommy. You know what I'm saying?
But they all came back.
Exactly. It's really been like every time we've come here, you see a little glitch that gets thrown into a guy's game plan, and that is a nightmare. When you're sitting out there where he's at, we're going to try to get out as soon as these storms that are coming in about an hour pass. We're going to get out there and stay with Canterbury the rest of the afternoon, because it's the first time, really the last 3 events, the wheels are getting a little bit shaky. And I'm going to tell you the X factor today, and I'm being Captain Obvious right now, where Corey Johnston is fishing on this lake between the Bell River Hump and the mouth of the Detroit River. That is the meat locker. That is where the big ones swim. That is where they live. Boy, you could not ask for a better first day of the AOY Championship.
Is that place a total black hole? There's no way to get communications in there. So we really have no idea what's going on with Corey Johnston, right?
Potentially we could, when at least it clears and gets a little bit calmer tomorrow. And here's the other scary thing about it is a lot of those guys that are fishing on the South Shore, tomorrow and Tuesday are really going to be the days where I think you're going to see those weights from the South and the Southwest Shore really go up, because it's going to be fishable I guarantee you it from where we were at when we did that morning hit at 9 Mile. Boy, I don't know who's in Corey Johnston's boat as far as a cameraman today, but he's going to earn his keep because it was cobbing early today.
So Z, I got to ask you, you know where he's fishing? You know this lake as good as anyone?
Yeah.
Can he catch him there today? If he can, he's going to get beat up, but can he catch him there today?
He's got one backup gig that's going to be calm, Davey. I know his main stretch was between, the Bell River Hump and the mouth of the river, but there's an area out there called the Brickyard, and I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of people that's probably laughing at this right now. That Brickyard is a one-cast spot just off of the Bell River Hump, and he said, if I get in trouble, I will sit on the Brickyard and just play it safe and catch. Look, the Brickyard always has bass on it, and that's a safe little area near the Bell River Hump that if his primary gig does not play, that's a little bit of a backup, but he also has shallow fish. I know Mercer was talking about it earlier, that will be a lot calmer in the back of Mitchell's Bay in case that main lake area does not play or it's just too rough.
So Z, I've got to ask you, we were talking about, I don't know if you were listening in a few minutes ago, Canterbury not having the start of this event like he would like. He's in an area where we all know a lot could happen in the next hour or so, but he could have a tough day there also. We see Stetson Blaylock, Brandon Lester, Zaldane. Don't know about Corey Johnson, but you got to assume he's catching. What does Scott Canterbury have to have minimum today, knowing that these other guys have 17, 18 pounds already? Can he come in with 8 pounds today and still have a shot?
No, this is, to me, Davey, and here's the great problem with Lake St. Clair. If you really stub your toe here one day, it's so hard to catch up here the next day. Look at those guys are getting, that's what I'm talking about. Go Bears! The problem with what goes on here is if you stub your toe one day here, you get lapped. I mean, to me, a bad situation is catching 13 or 14 pounds. And that's why I'm sure Scott's starting to hear voices in his head, because he said yesterday afternoon, look, man, a bad day for me. He goes, I can just blind fish 17 pounds throughout that area, which notoriously you can. Canterbury comes in with less than 15 pounds. That door is absolutely wide open going into tomorrow and Tuesday. No doubt about it.
The other side of that coin, Z, is how much of an advantage now, as it stands right now, does Chris Zaldane have? I mean, being able to get the job done, hold and serve at least right now, at this point in the day when Scott Canterbury is having so much difficulty.
I really, like I said, Zaldane's getting his work done. Obviously, you see Brandon Lester, Stetson getting there. You have to and the other thing is, and I didn't talk about it this morning, we got to spend a lot of time last night with Corey Johnston. He said, look, man, I'm not kidding. I really felt like the first day of practice, I could have busted 30 pounds on that South Shore. Corey Johnston is a scary, scary factor right now in this tournament.
And Brandon Lester, you've been watching with us. I mean, obviously, he looks like he's fishing on another planet. Why wouldn't more people be in there with him?
That's one thing that was weird. I'm going to name drop a couple guys. There's a couple local dudes, Kyle Green and Scott Dobson, that own that river. And they have owned that river not just for this summer, really for the last decade. And I guarantee they're watching this live going, oh, you don't need to be showing that part of the river and stuff. The one thing that's been interesting to me, I've seen Brandon Lester fishing up in there on your guys' coverage, and he looks like he's fishing a little bit deeper. We did talk about it earlier. A lot of those really, really better than average, those 22 to 23 pound stringers this summer, they came shallow in that river. I'm curious to see as this tournament goes on if any of the guys in the field found that shallow water bite up in the St. Clair River.
Z, great stuff. Thank you so much. We appreciate you getting us up to date on all these things right here. We're going to always refer to Z as our encyclopedia of Lake St. Clair. Z, one more thing? You got something else for us?
Yeah, we're going to get out there. We're going to get out there in the waves here right after, and like I said, as soon as the storms clear. And trust me, camera gal Ashley is really not up for that whole idea. You know what I mean?
I wonder why. I can't imagine such a thing. Ashley's a hard worker, and she gets it done, that's for sure. Her and Z, thanks to them for bringing us that good information right there. And we'll be with them when they get out there after our break, which is coming up here in not too many. We have a midday break of about an hour here on this Sunday, as we do every day on Bassmaster Live.
Got some clarification. That video we saw of Zaldane Sketchy was his 412. Half hour before that, he caught a 5-pounder. He's up to 18 pounds, 4 ounces today in third place.
So that was his limit fish.
All right. Factor all of that in. It'll bonus coverage of Matt Airy right here. He had a funny sign. I can't remember what it said though. When you're picking the weight, everybody makes their own little sign there, and it was like the wind's blowing too hard. What was the question?
Exactly.
Something like that.
Tyler Rivette had the winning weight at his math formula was 80 pounds minus 17 mile an hour winds equals 63 for the winning weight or something because of the wind.
Sounds about right.
It's so interesting where Scott Canterbury is, and Zona was just talking about it. The last time I fished there in an event, fished that area, there were 16 to 18 pound stringers caught all around me one of those days. And I getting just as many bites as anyone, catching small fish. I mean, it can all go bad right there. It really can.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fish there, but gosh, you know, if Canterbury still doesn't have his electronics working on the front of that boat, that year, I know personally for a fact, it was one cast spots. It's a big area, and there were a lot of one cast spots, but there were a lot of places where you just couldn't get a bite.
It was zero or woods, binary. As they say.
And you think, wow, they're catching them there and there and there and there, but it was a one cast
Get rid of that
deal
greenhead right
here,
there.
and then a half mile over there, it'd be another one cast deal.
And you think that St. Clair's such a good fishery that I'm bound to accidentally run into a one cast spot 5 times today. But you could lose 2 of them, or they could be 8 ounce to 1.5 pounders, you know. And
here's the deal: if you find the one cast spot, and you don't have a waypoint when you find it on the front of your boat, can you make that cast again? We rely so much on our electronics now. We take them for granted, so to speak, and don't triangulate things just because you assume that you don't need to. You just mash your button, and 99 days out of 100, that works out just great. But
TH Marine Weather Watch right there. You can see it, mostly cloudy, 58 degrees, a little fresh air for these anglers here that have been through some warm weather of late, and the wind east out of 12 miles an hour. And Mark's going to mention that storm, that he's going to wait till after it passes through in order to get out there and check out Scott Canterbury and others in that diamond he referred to that area as out there. That's the storm as it's heading on past Fort Wayne now, and it'll be, what would you say, that's about an hour away, Such?
Yeah, around there. If you look at the future cast, it may skirt and just hit a little bit of dust and rain on St. Clair.
I love looking at TH Marine Weather Watch, but look at St. Clair, and we're talking about how big and how rough it is. That little small thing in the middle there between Huron and Erie. Wow.
Many, many miles across, though, and boy, those waves can get a good head of steam.
It's huge.
Knock you out of the
400
boat.
plus square miles?
300 plus. 345, I think, is what it is, square miles.
What's amazing is I think we overestimate how good of anglers we are in the world, because we're like, yeah, this place gets so much pressure, you're going to fish this lake out, you're going to fish that lake out. And it's like St. Clair, you could fish there every day for 20 years and never, you never fish it all, never cover it all. And then you look at Erie and you're like, there are fish that have came and been 6-pounders and died and still have never seen a bait.
Sure.
Their sons haven't.
There's the 2 different planets we were talking about where Chris Zaldane is right now. And Brandon Lester, he's looking at the only wave he'll see here for the next, it's coming off that barge right there, that
little ferry there.
Ferry barge, yeah.
Right before the Weather Watch, he said, we're about to get rid of this greenhead we have in here, so I think he came up to one of those seams or whatever. Expects to catch a smallmouth.
If you didn't know exactly where Brandon Lester is with a ferry going across there, you know exactly where he is now.
And the house he's been working over there that
yeah.
I don't think any of the locals have any doubt as to where he's at.
Yeah. Todd Otten's jumped to second place with 19 pounds, 5 ounces.
Brandon's hooked up. He was not a big one. Very small.
That one won't do it.
Got some bad news. We just heard a report from Canterbury's boat.
So I just got a text from our good friend Louis Stow.
Yeah, yeah.
I was in this tournament. I didn't realize it was quite that long ago. 1994, Kim Stricker won the Bassmaster event. One of our first trips, maybe the first trip to Lake St. Clair, but he won it in the St. Clair River. That was my first year on the top 100 tournament trip.
Yeah.
1994. There's been several events, one with a combination of the lake and the river, but I think the one that Louis is referring to here with Kim Stricker in 94 was the only one that was basically only river fish. Brandon Lester hooked up again. This looks like much better.
Stay on, baby. Oh, a big black one. Look at her down there. That's so awesome. Stay on there, big girl. Don't you do that. See all this grass? I'm trying to keep her out of that dang grass. Wow. Come here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I told you we were going to get rid of that green one.
He's got a 2-pound smallmouth in there. He's about to replace with that stud.
Come here. Gosh, they're pretty. Got a sore on her side, but she's still pretty.
Zona was talking earlier about
Yep.
we'd see some anglers fish shallower than Brandon Lester was fishing in the river
buddy, it's
itself.
been
And
fun.
Brandon Lester goes up there, fishes shallower, and catches a real good one here.
Well, he has proven that he is here on a purpose. Brandon Lester today has certainly got something figured out. We gave him the Mercury move of the day just for going up here to the river and making, obviously, Davey, what you got to make to win this thing is the right choices.
Absolutely, and with the wind blowing in practice and the forecast today, can't overstate just being smart, realizing and respecting the big Lake St. Clair.
There's his point standings as it stands right now, and Brandon Lester moving up there into third place. Stetson Blaylock closing the gap on Chris Zaldain. Had a much larger margin just a little bit ago, so things are tightening up here. Scott Canterbury, you see his struggle continues.
How volatile a half a day fishing is towards your angler of the year.
What can happen in 4 hours boggles the mind. We're going to get ready to take our customary 1 hour break in the middle of the day. Let them fish on. You can check out the live mix for all of that. We'll have some Facebook Live coming up at 11:45 Eastern Time. So definitely want to check out Such and Ron having all that and plenty of updates for you at that time. And we'll come back at noon Eastern Time. Go for another 3 hours and see what else. We'll see who else can make something happen out there today. It has been moving up and down. Thanks for being with us. Have a great Sunday, and we got more for you coming up here on Bassmaster Live in 1 hour's time.
2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
All right, it's the Angler of the Year Championship. There's Lake St. Clair right there. 350-something acres of it. We got 50 anglers out there today. We're halfway through our fishing day. Try to resolve who is the best angler consistency-wise throughout the entire 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series season. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a straight line path to wherever we're going. We've had a lot of movement up and down the leaderboard. Scott Canterbury came here with a 9-point lead ahead of Chris Zaldain. And now Chris Zaldain is on top, and that leads us right into our Toyota Midday Report. And of course, we got to start with the man himself, Chris Zaldain, who sits atop that points standings right now.
He certainly does. Chris Zaldain has had an incredible season, to say the least. That's why he's in this position. 3 second-place finishes this year. Certainly expected him to be in the running to have a chance today. Had a real good practice. He told me when I was talking to him yesterday that he caught 3 fish 4-pound plus on the last spot that he found the final day of practice. Chose to start there this morning, and the plan was a great plan. Early on, he caught this 4-pounder just within the first few minutes. We had him on live this morning on a jerkbait, fishing a shallow flat with sand and grass mix, and certainly the right size fish to get started on, and that gave him the lead. We've had several changes back and forth, obviously so volatile with each fish being caught, but Chris Zaldain starting out, and this was a fish a little later. The picture not quite as good, but you could tell another real good smallmouth here for Chris Zaldain. Mixing up a little bit with drop shot and the jerkbait.
This was during our break here. Look at what they're dealing with out there on the water. This is Lake St. Clair, ladies and gentlemen. Good chum is no surprise to anyone. He'd already set the hook. He had to fix that line issue there, and back at work.
Wow.
How about that?
You know, the wind is not your friend with braided line. Light braided line with the wind blowing, it can be difficult. Good job there, Chris Zaldain, getting that wind knot off the tip of his spinning rod there, and there you see one of his drop shot fish while we were at break.
Looks like a different, in another part of North America, it looks like there's Brandon Lester, man, seeking out the St. Clair River and all the good things that offers today, which is not all those waves that they're dealing with.
Brandon Lester definitely made the right call choosing the St. Clair River. With the wind conditions, he has had it a lot easier than these other anglers we've been covering. Chris Zaldain, we saw right there just fighting the wind with his line, getting beat up, all those things, not being able to fish effectively. Brandon Lester started out, and 3 of his first 4 fish were largemouth bass, but he has gotten rid of those in a big, big way. Moved out a little deeper and caught several 4+ pound smallmouth in the St. Clair River. Don't see many local people around him. Only one other tournament angler I've seen anywhere near Brandon Lester today.
Bass fans.
Catching great quality smallmouth bass on a drop shot. Not feeling a lot of pressure and not feeling a lot of effects from the waves. Brandon Lester definitely got it figured out here today. We'll see how it progresses, but these places he's fishing can reload. I don't see any reason, anything negative, I guess I should say, about Brandon Lester being in this river. Everything is positive.
Okay.
They can reload.
I thought you were going to hit me with something negative.
No, I really can't think of anything negative about him being in there. I'm surprised we're not seeing more anglers in the river itself. There could be some down on Detroit. We haven't had any service with anyone down there, but the St. Clair River definitely produces fish this time of year. This is the shallowest smallmouth we saw him catch when we were on him live today. You can see the vegetation right there. He was up close to a seawall right in front of someone's house right on the point. Moved up a little shallower. He said the sun helped the shallow fish there in the section of the river that he was targeting.
Take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake, and there you see between Giant Lake, Huron, Giant Lake Erie. There it is, coming down the St. Clair River from Huron into Lake St. Clair, 340-something square miles of fishing here. It looks tiny, but it's a huge, huge body of water. We have 50 anglers out there today, and of course the water outflow goes down the Detroit River all the way into Lake Erie. Lake Erie is off limits this year. In years past, many anglers would run to Lake Erie and fish a place where maybe the structure was a little more reliable and stuff, but not this year. You can go only as far as, I believe, the Ambassador Bridge, right there in downtown Detroit.
That's right, and be honest with you, I'm glad of that, because we were talking to Dave Mercer earlier in the day. guys that are so focused, so tuned in on trying to win this Angler Championship or making the Bassmaster Classic, you really don't look at the forecast. You just go and you do. I'm certainly glad, to be honest with you, that the anglers don't have the opportunity to go out in Lake Erie on a day like today.
It has ruined many a day.
Yes.
That trip down the Detroit River can be very, very brutal, and of course things don't get better when you get to the lake oftentimes. There's some of the pain they're dealing with out there right now. And they're great. These fishermen are all in and purpose-driven, but it's got to affect your effectiveness.
Yep.
As an angler.
It does. Chris Saldane, who's having a great day. Fortunately for him, he started this morning. It was somewhat protected and was able to get a few fish in a live well. But if you're having a slow day like Scott Canterbury or some of these other anglers, it really all starts to compound in your mind and mentally, physically, you just get beat up. Chris Saldane's hooked up.
Big one. Oh yeah, big one. Gosh, stay on there. Come here, come here. No. Come here. Yeah. Yes.
Ooh, that'll help. That helps him a lot.
2-pounder.
Another good one. To add to that good bag. Saw that one on the graph. It's a nice fish. Almost 4-pounder. Yes. It's a good little trade coming up here. They're not fighting very hard this time around. Good call. Let me just double check that.
All right, that will be a good cull for Chris Saldane, a 2-pounder there in the boat. So, and he told us, he said, look, the start of the day, I got to fish the top 5 spot. I got to finish top 5 in this tournament all 3 days. I will have done my job if I do that.
He told us that this morning when I was talking to him yesterday. Just he's really thought this out, and he very sensible, very logical. I've got to be in the top 5 to keep Corey Johnson from having a chance to pass me. What Scott Canterbury does is just totally up to him. But I've got to be in the top 5 to guarantee that no one behind me can pass me. Because if someone behind him passes him, then obviously he's not going to win AOY. It may or may not be Canterbury. So he certainly thought about it a lot and understands what he has to do. Looks like he's cranking here now.
Canterbury's catching up. He's got 3 for about 9 right now. But the big mover of the afternoon, midday, is Seth Fighter. He's got 2 5-pounders and a 5-12 in a bag estimated at 23 pounds, 4 ounces.
Yeah, we're down here in the
wow.
We're like 9 miles from, or about 10 miles from our starting spot, basically in the middle of the lake, fishing in an area called the Dumping Grounds. I'm on the northeast corner of it, and it's just one of the only areas in Lake St. Clair that's got some kind of contour to it. And it's just a bunch of scattered grass and a little bit of hard spots through here. But I got a lot of confidence in this area. When I checked it in practice, it was the last hour of practice. I came here and caught 3 over 4 pounds. So I know there's a lot of fish in the area. They're just so scattered. It's September, end of September. The fish are moving a lot. This is just a general area that I'm going to keep myself in. I got 2 big ones in the box. If I could leave here with 3 over 4 and then 2 big ones, I'll be in good shape. Just throwing a deep 6 crankbait here, really combing over this area and looking for those just big rogue fish that are just cruising, looking, eating perch. Keeping a close eye on my graph here. If I see one on the graph, I drop down to it, it bites. So I just kind of have to keep on letting the wind just push me around. Keep a close eye on the 2D sonar directly under the boat. I've
never noticed Chris Saldane. It's a left-handed bait cast line. see him a lot with spinning tackle in his hand, I guess. I've never noticed that. Real bait catcher with his left hand.
Don't hate. We do it different over here. Just let us be left-handed.
We do it different.
Yeah.
Over here.
I take
we.
offense to that because I reel left-handed with my bait casters.
That gave Zaldain 20 even tie with Blaylock and Lester at second.
Speaking of Lester, here we have him live in the St. Clair River.
It's going good so far. Got rid of those 2 small ones I had. Smallest thing I've got now is about a 3-pounder or so. Get rid of him, I think we'll have low 20s, probably 21. Or if I could replace that 3-pounder with a 4+, I'd probably be looking at 20 and a half or 21, which I feel like it's going to be pretty good. I mean, I don't think the weights will be as big as they were last time we were here in 17. There'll be a lot of 20+ pound bags, I think, but if I could have 21 or 22, I would gladly eat that and see where I shake out going into tomorrow. And being up here out of the way, the phrase "playing on house money" comes to mind. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, at least in here I can fish effectively. You know, I mean, I know those guys, no matter what the wind does, giants live out there on that lake, and those guys are going to catch them. But this is where I feel comfortable, and this is where I like fishing, so we're going to hunker down in here. And having the bag that I have, I'm kind of looking around, looking at some stuff, just thinking about the next couple of days and seeing how this is going to shake out. I'm kind of looking and fishing where I know there are fish, but I'm still looking for clues, because honestly I didn't have that good of practice. I really didn't. I mean, the places where I've caught them, I knew those fish were there, but I don't have anything where there's just a big pile of fish. It's going to be a one here, one there, grind it out kind of deal for me, but it's all good. I'm having fun.
Good keeper we saw from Chris Zaldain a few minutes ago. Put him right in a tie, right in a straight-up tie for second place with Stetson Blaylock, Brandon Lester, and Chris Zaldain. There's Brandon Lester's year this year. Lake Lanier, the really only stumbling point. Didn't miss the cut by 2 spots at Lake Fork, which is unfortunate, but everyone has to deal with that from time to time. Other than that, just terrific.
Just good, solid all around year, no doubt about it. 6 year on the Elite Series. He was a good fisherman when his rookie year on the Elite Series, but you can tell he is really a seasoned angler. You never see him, really stump his toe. I mean, barely missing a cut here or there. I mean, that's going to happen, like you said, to anyone, but just well-rounded and good solid angler, whether you're in Florida or, up north smallmouth fishing.
Yeah, you have to think him definitely top-tier guy. Brandon Lester. He's slowing down traffic. Everybody's slowing down to see if he can.
For one reason or the other, right in that area.
See if he can just get rid of that 3-pounder.
Very, very familiar with this area that he's fishing, and I'm sure a lot of other people are. We've had, how many events? Going back to 94, where Kim Stricker won, I think was about the first trip up here. How many events, Bassmaster events had on Lake St. Clair? Sutron, y'all know? 6, 7, 8, something like that?
Well, we had the 3 elites, previous elites, and then Chad Pipkins won an open in 2014. We had a couple Northern Opens, 2010 and 12. Michigan Tour, you won there in 2001, 99. Nixon won. Larry Nixon won. Kim Stricker won 94.
Round 10 then, huh?
This is number 10.
All right, there we go. Fine. We got to look at Stetson Blaylock here. He's going to Watch what's going on out there with him, Stetson Blaylock, in that tie with Brandon Lester and Chris Zaldain for second place.
Followed me up right there.
In the tournament.
Good to get a good picture of him.
Mm-hmm.
In the hunt for this event and for AOY.
It's hard to say that he could come back, but if you break it down like this, like he's 20 points behind Canterbury. But the bigger thing is probably today how it's shaped out. He needs to beat Zaldain by 11.
Right.
And
exactly.
then the Canterbury part can take care of itself because then that's only 9. Then Zaldain only needs to beat Canterbury by 9 for that to be,
catch them on a drop shot. But I can catch them on a crankbait.
UNZ kind of batted that around. The crankbait can be the X factor in anybody's day out here, can it?
It really can, and Zona's got more experience with it there than I do, but I do have some experience there this time of year with the crankbait, and it's the deal where you could catch a 23 to 27 pound bag where, in my opinion, not so likely on a drop shot. I mean, you're gambling a little bit. I think you're going to catch more fish, although some of them might be, 2 pounders, 2.5 pounders with the soft plastics. But you could go on a tear on a windy day like this time of year and catch that bag that hurt a lot of people's feelings when you put them on the scale.
Yeah. Dave Mercer was talking about everything that's caught him. Won tournaments through the year, spinner baits, and oh gosh, the tube always in play. There's Stetson Blaylock's year right there. Boy, take out Guntersville and St. John's, and he's right there in first or second. Good strong finish as well. Look at those two back-to-back 8th places at two places so different as Cayuga Lake and Lake Tenkiller.
2 weeks that certainly he'll never remember. I remember those weeks also. A second place at Lake Hartwell and then first at Winyah Bay. I mean,
that was it.
Back-to-back weeks for Stetson Blaylock. Incredible.
Super talented angler.
And very, very different events, even though they were both in the state of South Carolina. Lake Hartwell, we're all familiar with it. Winyah Bay, I mean, the big question going there, do you make a long run to try to go over to the Cooper River where the fishing is supposedly better, or do you maximize your time and stay local? And he chose to stay local, and it paid off. He was able to win.
Fishing a little tiny area, a little community hole, and mined it for everything you could possibly get out of there. Wow, 3 box, are you kidding me?
Wow.
What, Tommy? What?
I'm going to have a heart attack, I think.
It's interesting being able to, Stetson just lives down the street just a couple minutes from here, and being able to talk to him over the last few years. Like, when anglers, he's good. He had a great resume coming as a 10-year pro, basically, from FLW when he qualified for the elites. Then in his first 2 years, he was just in the 50s in points, mid-pack, below his expectations.
Very disappointed in his performances.
And you don't.
I didn't catch any right through your last time.
You don't know if a guy's just maybe what the skill level is, or if he's just not doing something right. And so when they're like, "Yeah, I'm just not fishing up to my possibilities," you don't know that until they break out. And he's broke out this year, and he's like, "This is how I'm supposed to be fishing. This is what I'm expecting every time."
Yeah.
I mean, this is a celebration of the kind of season you had. That's the whole reason we're here today and on St. Clair. So let's take a look at Chris Zaldain's season right there. Just missed the cut by 1 at the St. Johns River. What a difference that might have made. Winyah Bay it was a trough and a deep one right there. You hate to have that one on the timeline. We'd be just watching a runaway now.
Oh yeah, and he certainly. When I was talking to Chris Zaldain yesterday, he certainly brought that up. Winyah Bay. I mean, that's without that in there. Of course, it is in there. I mean, but look at the rest of those finishes. And honestly, to see 3 second-place finishes for an angler not to win an event this year and have 3 seconds, there are people that don't have 3 second-place finishes in an entire 20, 25-year career. And he's had 3 very near wins, second-place finishes just this season.
And even his 3rd and his 9th, he left the dock in the top 3. That's 5 events that you're leaving in the top 3 on the final day, and then coming back and maybe falling a little bit.
And it was just pointed out to me that not on this list is the Bassmaster Classic.
I was about to say.
The Geico Bassmaster
Classic. By the way, number 6 was the Classic, the granddaddy of them all.
And just needed a little difference in the wind, and he kind of had it all figured out, but just couldn't get the conditions to comply.
That Winyah Bay is kind of, even though it stands out on that list, is on par with this season. He's a swing for it, go for an extreme, do something different, and it's connected every time, and it didn't there. Remember, he had less tackle than he's ever had in his boat. He had just a few bags of baits and was making that long run to save time and gas. And when you get over there and it don't work out, it's not a top 5, it's a bottom 10.
You can't bail to something else.
Yeah, exactly.
And we all watched, everyone in this room, obviously, and know exactly what happened, reasons he didn't win those 5 events that he had a chance leaving the dock on the final day. And not a single one of them was, hey, he went out there and just got nervous or choked it up.
Stunk it up. No, none of that. No.
The Classic, the wind direction, totally changed those fish. And then you just think about the Jamie Hartman win, the
Guntersville,
and then Carl last week had career days. You just got beat and shake the guy's hand. And Zaldane said that yesterday. Guy has a career day on the final day of an Elite Series tournament. You just go shake his hand.
In Cayuga, he had his 5th big, of his 5 fish limit. One of the best fish of the day come off, and that would be the call that he needed.
My feet are wet. Still a little cold. I feel good though. I mean, I've got a decent bag so far.
Talk about how you have to navigate before you boat.
Yeah, it's man, I'm in a 20-foot Skeeter FX20, the 250 Yamaha on the back, and getting around is tough. I mean, it's absolutely tough. Luckily, on the way down here from my starting area near the mouth of the river, we were kind of running the troughs. My cameraman on the passenger side was taking all the spray. But having a 4-stroke engine, with the low and mid-range torque and just keeping the wave, staying on top of the waves, that's a big deal. Absolutely a big deal. Remember the old 2-strokes, they would have to go to 4 and 5 blade props. I'm just running a 3-blade prop on this motor, and I'm staying on top of the waves. But with all the best equipment I got here, it's still a pain in the butt getting around. But it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I don't see a single competitor within sight. So we're out here just rocking around. Just kind of dropping on any little, grass patch or bald spot, or in this particular area, there's some hard spots like rock mixed in as well. If I could catch 2 more in the 4-pound range out here, I know they're around here, I'll be happy with the day. Whatever, first place does, he does. But my whole goal is to finish 5th or better. 5th or better would mean no one passes me. And I just hope, Scott falls a little bit. And that's how we'd win AOI, is just to make sure no one passes me. And we've got a good start of a bag, two big ones. And some solids. Not wide open by any means. Definitely not wide open. I mean, I talked to a couple guys that found like schools of fish, but whether or not they stay is the question in late September. So I think the strategy is just to find big areas where fish hang out and feed, and just keep moving around and moving around. Oh, there's one on the graph. Hurry up, crankbait, get in. Oh, two. Woo, buddy, it's ripping.
A great day for windsurfing.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Just what I was thinking about doing.
That would
today.
be fun.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, these guys have it in perspective. They know to add, but it's fun, no matter, because you're fishing, right? You're fishing when it's all said. It's like a guy in the dungeon saying, you know, when they beat me that whip, it hurts, but you know, it's all fun. When it stops being fun, I'm out of here. Uh-oh.
He might be having fun now, but that ride back could call it a lot of things other than fun.
Well, Brandon Lester said, I'm going out to have fun today, and he told us, he said, you know, I'm going to have fun today, and he figured out a way to do it. I mean, he figured out a way to avoid all the foibles and all the things that get in the way of your having a good day of fishing, and it was our Mercury move of the day, and it still stands, I think.
Well, he had that positive attitude and that little smile on his face, knowing all along I'm going over to the river and I'm not going to get beat up like these guys for most of the day. I think that was part of the reason he said we're going to go have a little fun. And he's been catching quality fish. He's saying 19, 20 pounds. I think he's definitely got 20 pounds of smallmouth. His first 3 or 4 fish were largemouth, but he got rid of those in a hurry when he started fishing offshore there in the river. So.
And you stated you thought those fish in the river would replenish, that they, if they're given a little time?
I do, absolutely.
If you come back around and catch some more and do all of that?
Current's moving so much, and those fish migrate lake to river, river to lake for different reasons, different times of the year, but certainly a lot of fish moving. And the place that he talked about and showed on his graph that he was fishing, it's the tip of a long point where the current splits, and it's just a natural stopping place with the little depressions there in the sand that he showed us on his graph also. So it's certainly a place that'll replenish, maybe not catch 20 or 30 there, but a few fish a day and the right size. And Dave Mercer and I talked a little earlier. For some reason, all those fish look healthy for the most part, but the ones in the river seem to weigh more. I guess they just, the bait's even a little more prevalent in the river itself, more perch, more gobies, that sort of thing.
Ronnie Such, we got Seth Fighter on top right there. Where did he start today in points-wise?
He was 8th, basically the first one that was more than, that 100 points
53
behind.
back. He
or
catch
53, yes, the minimum threshold of points. He was 8th place in points. And I've got an update for you guys, actually. Word from the water, obviously Canadian service, Michigan service, and marshals and whatnot. There's a couple guys that have popped in with updates. Derek Hudnall has 3 5-pounders and 2 4s, so he's got around 23 as well. He'll be at the top 2 or 3 of the standings, maybe even first, depending on what they weigh. And then one of our classic guys, Jake Whitaker, does have 5. He said, for the word from the water, he needs 1 or 2 more 4-pounders to feel comfortable. So probably in that teen range, that 16, 17 pounds probably. So a couple key guys down there below the classic line looking to jump up that have solid bags today and a really good bag.
One guy who's holding ground is Cliff Prince, who's like in our top 12 right now, and he was 40th. In jeopardy of falling out. You hate to do that on the final event of the season 5 of the Classic Cut.
So that's what it's great to hear those Derek Hudnalls, the people that are maybe just a little bit out with a golden opportunity to move up, but all the way up at the not just the Classic guys, but you go up and the people that we're talking about, the Toyota Angler of the Year guys, they Chris Zaldane, a Stetson Blaylock, a Corey Johnson, they need the Derek Hudnalls and the people that are not really in the Angler of the Year race, but they need those people to move in between them.
Spot fillers.
And Canterbury. Big deal. They need those guys. They need those guys in the, back in the pack that's maybe fighting for the Classic, or maybe even the guys like a Patrick Walters that not going to fall out of Classic, not going to probably win AOY, but they need those guys to have some 20-plus pound days.
Yeah, you could be 9 pounds ahead of a guy at the end of 3 days, and if the next one,
you need 9 guys,
if the guy you're trying to beat's
pounds.
right behind you, you're gonna lose to him. Yeah.
You need 9 guys, not 9 pounds.
Yes, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Stetson Blaylock
Yes,
having a
sir.
fantastic day.
Yes,
Ditto
sir.
this man right here, Brandon Lester.
Yes, sir. It's a dang deal.
Staying in the river where we can keep track of him, too. He's got that
Thank
going
you.
for him. Thank you, Brandon Lester. Some good stuff. That's
I think they should
talk
put
about
the,
these.
the lake off limits and everyone has to go to St. Clair River just for our service.
Maybe just, yeah.
Division 110.
Just to start the day.
Their noggin.
Chris Aldane with a great start this morning, fishing shallow. With
Oh crap! I got a fish too.
this is where he had a little difficulty, but he recovered.
Yeah,
Set
got
the
that one in the
my
boat.
hand. I don't. No. Come here.
That was a really good fish.
Yes. Woohoo! Yes.
With the Canadian border, the service sketchy, that sort of thing, it's going to be very interesting to see how this day unfolds. We're keeping up with it best we can, but a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, about 3 o'clock our weigh-in comes your way right here, and we highly suggest you tune in for that. Get the whole story, get it all gathered in so we know where we begin tomorrow. But believe you me, we got plenty more time left to go on Bassmaster Live today. A couple more hours of fishing plus are on the way for all of us.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkeley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original power bait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkeley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
He is your champion, ladies and
Dream big. Join B.A.S.S.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Pretty much been as billed. It's been wild and woolly here on Lake St. Clair today, our 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, our postseason tournament, which will award one of the 2 biggest prizes you can get in the sport of bass fishing, Geico Bassmaster Classic Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And check it out right there, Chris Zaldain. We talked about his exploits at length during the last half hour, and what a great season he has had, and he is overtaken, at this point, Scott Canterbury, who has got more fish now in the live well, but Chris Zaldain enjoying a 10-point advantage over Canterbury as it stands right now.
We talked about it before our break.
Look at that. You got to step in the batter's box here, Davey.
Here we go. We know that music.
Oh, big one stay.
Power pole replay today has to be Chris Zaldain.
Yes.
Chris Zaldain taking over the lead for Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. This was early this morning. He had a plan to fish shallow and then go fish a little deeper. It has certainly worked out good for him. And we like to see troubles on the water also. He had the braided line wrapped around his rod tip here and does a good job getting all that corrected and lands his smallmouth bass.
You must be doing something right. You must be doing something right.
Well, you got to be doing something right or very wrong to be our power pole replay today.
Well, it's a good point. Good point, yes.
For Chris Zaldain, he's doing things right today, taking over Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year lead by 10 points unofficially.
Gosh, stay on there. Come here. No.
I have to say this watching Power Pole replay today. Last week when I was on site, had a guest in here. I think it was Rob Dye.
Yeah.
And the music came on, and someone said, "What does that music mean?" And he said, "Lunchtime." I love lunchtime Power Pole replay today.
Yeah. Combine the two, we got a winner there.
Yeah. Oh, it made me laugh out loud on 10 Killer. Here we go.
All 3 locked in a tie right behind Seth Fighter, Chris Zaldain, Stetson Blaylock, and Brandon Lester, all with 20 pounds even. Leading 3rd and 4th in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That is coming up big.
It really is. Now,
put a capper on your season.
It's showing all 20 pounds even. Obviously, that's Bass Track estimate. But
fallible.
If one of those guys has 20 pounds 1 ounce and the other 2 have 20 pounds even, that's 2 of the points, 2 of the guys we were talking about that any one of these 3 needs. You need people who equal points in between you and Scott Canterbury. So 1 ounce difference between those 3 guys is huge.
Hey man, I hope y'all catch them this week. Just a little less than me, but just a little more than some.
We need to get a line behind me that's real tightly punched.
Yep. And we don't have Corey Johnson because he's somewhere where there is no service whatsoever, but Chris Zaldain talked about it this morning. It's so important. He he needs to keep 5 places between him and Corey Johnson, and that's all that matters for him. And
this map we're looking at right here, this is a chronicling of all the 3-pound plus catches we have seen on St. Clair today.
Even with the wind blowing like it's blowing, most of those catches are on the lake. Very few in the rivers. Very, very few. Probably all 3 of those we're seeing up in the rivers are probably Brandon Lester's.
Oh, they gotta be. And he's put on a show up there.
Surprising.
I'm up to 38 4+ catches today.
With only 50 anglers in this event.
Yeah, that's
a lot of
impressive.
Percentage-wise, a lot of nice ones being caught.
And Hudnall's bass track got updated. He's 23 pounds even, just a little bit behind Fighter in second place. You know, he was such a big help to us at Hartwell, even though he's disqualified. He ran a camera boat for us, and then he started making his climb when he got the fork, and he climbed up in there. He got a little incentive, and he had a 14th at fork, and he said, hey, I can do this. And the Cayuga in St. Lawrence, he climbed within position.
Caught that 8-pounder at Cayuga. Biggest fish in New York Bassmaster history, I believe. I know at least.
Oh, was it?
At least back to the Elite Series start, it was. I don't know if there was an 8-pound largemouth caught at Champlain in the 90s. You know, you just don't know.
I don't think so.
So I would imagine that's
definitely
if
during
not
the Elites.
top 3.
What's so great watching these anglers, and we've talked about, you know, I had Louis Stout text me, first event since '94. Been coming here for 25 years, and this lake has gotten better.
Oh,
better,
absolutely.
And better. More pressure, more people coming. And, you know, I know the locals. Gosh, I hate to see all these people coming from throughout the country fishing our lake. This lake has gotten better and better and better with all the attention it's gotten. It's just phenomenal. With the conditions like we're having today, 50 anglers out there, and how many stringers over 20 pounds?
Oh, man.
You know, we're showing a handful, and I'm sure there's another handful that we don't have service with.
You know, we could do a whole hour on just what makes it such a great habitat. I mean, obviously you've mentioned the gobies. That's been the big game changer, I guess, through the years. But Chris Zaldain was talking about his jerkbait imitating the perch. They eat a lot of perch in here. The place is full of perch.
The gobies have certainly helped the size of the fish, give them more and more to eat. But if you look at fisheries throughout the country, man-made, natural, if it's a big flat area with vegetation, it's a good fishery.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter
Yeah, I
if it's
guess you're
Florida
right.
or Canada. If you've got a massive amount of good shallow water, big flat bowls, you hear a lot of people describe that. With vegetation, you're going to have good fishing.
Woo, there goes my rods. That's how it's been, though. You go for a while without bites sometimes.
Chris Zaldain taking one over the front there.
Yeah. Rearrange the deck a little bit there for him.
David Mullins had boots on this morning, and that's a good example. Why you might want to wear some waterproof footwear on a day like today with no rain in the forecast.
You can see off to the right of Stetson Blaylock, to his right there. That storm that we've been talking about has been heading.
Let's pick up and move up just a hair.
Kind of slow. It's just now getting to the area.
All right, sweet. It's been a good day. The last few hours have been dreadfully slow, but I think I'm one solid 4-pounder away from a good bag.
it just things kind of dried up where I started over there this morning. And come back across over here where I felt like there's a lot more fish to be caught over here, but I just don't know. You got to go through more to catch those 4-pounders, it seems like. So, but we've still got time. We've got a couple hours here to bounce around and try to run into another good one or two.
I mean, you've been out there, I have. That shot right there just doesn't do that justice how rough it really is.
No, it's like a...
There's no way this much wind can help this. I mean, it's blowing right in here on it, and every day it's been blowing out. So I know that'll definitely change these fish. They're a little shallower. I still think it's just a timing deal though. When you get through a little area that's got them, if they're biting, you can catch a couple quick.
About crankbaits and spinner baits and tubes through the years. I remember, I don't think it was this tour. I remember the hotel, there'd be 2 boxes full of FedEx little packages. People ordered one specific topwater
weather
lure.
coming in right
Remember
there.
that sort of little
Weird,
greenish colored topwater lure that was, you had to have it if you were going to win the tournament.
Had to have it.
Had to have it.
There's one. Doesn't feel very big though.
Had one whistleblower in the tournament and told everyone else in the field, and they all called, for overnight delivery.
Yeah, they set off a worldwide search for whatever remained of that particular
Barely
model.
hooked too.
And co-anglers just as guilty of it as any.
Oh, absolutely.
that kind of gives you a clue to where.
Oh my gosh,
you don't tell anyone.
Golly. First one I've lost, but it was a good one.
Here we go.
I've been waiting on that all day. I'm just thankful that I hadn't lost any more. Like I was saying.
Oh my gosh.
We'll get a chance at a couple more good ones. I didn't think that one was very good right there. He tricked me. Every single one of them have just barely been hooked.
Crankbait gets good bites. Some of these smallmouth fisheries, but you go.
I didn't get a real good look at him, but I think it was
part of the
close
deal.
to a 4-pounder.
Well, he fooled me too. I thought he was just going to be reaching down,
Oh,
getting a little one.
But it's good to get a bite again. Let me know that I'm back around some.
It's got our TH Marine. Here's what we're talking about. It's just now getting here on our TH Marine live weather watch there. It's not really what you'd call a storm. It's going to be it's starting to move a little faster now too, so it'll just be some showers here and there and some holes in it. aside from everything's sort of dissipating. It's not as strong as it looked when it was 60 miles out.
Yeah, that severe stuff has kind of moved, dissipated and moved north. Good for the anglers there.
Yeah.
And our cameramen and women.
They may get a light shower in the last hour of fishing, and it should clear out a little around weigh-in time.
Okay.
If you trust Future Cast.
Every one of them I've caught today has been on the back hook, just barely getting it.
There's Cliff Prince. A little bonus coverage.
It's out there in the rough water also. Look, he's cranking.
Limit the boat.
He was kind of that guy, like we mentioned. He was that 40th spot, 40 seconds, the cut line. 41st was just a few points above, the cut line, and then he had a good gap. Like he's roughly 14 points, I believe, if I'm looking at it right. Yeah, he's 14 points ahead of 41st, and then 16 ahead of 42nd. So he would need to finish bottom 10 to really be able to be jumped over by people. You know what I'm saying? A mid-pack finish here would keep him in that classic line.
You'd have to have a big surge from down below too.
Yeah, there would have to be a couple people that would be top 10 below the cut line. Otherwise, they're just going to be trading blows with 41st and 42nd and not get to Cliff Prince. But we've seen guys fall that dozen to 15 points at the AOI Championship, even with 50 guys, because they just bomb. They just finish 40th. They just come in with 3 fish one day. So he does his job at least 2 of the 3 days. He should be real solid.
And certainly a solid day here for him today. 16 pounds. Cliff Prince, I would assume excited about next year's schedule, starting out Palatka again.
Palatka, Florida, right.
St. John's River.
His hometown, his home waters.
Good tournament there last year.
Oh, man.
Sure he'll be one of the favorites, if not the favorite this next year. He fished there his whole life.
Sure hope the conditions favor us and set us there at the one magic week of the year like we had this year. That was a gift for certain.
Very fortunate this year. So many of the events, almost every one. Every event had something real special. Whether that first one with 11-pounder being caught and Rick Clunn winning again there, and just every one. And I'll be honest with you, at 10 Killer, about a day and a half in that event, I thought, well, this is just going to be
not going to be that special.
And then for Carl Jacobson to have the day of his career on the final day, I mean, I told you guys, you probably, I don't know if you believed I was honest or not, but I truly had chill bumps up and down the back of my neck when I was watching Carl catch back to back to back, 4-pounders.
I can't remember anything quite like that ever in our live coverage. That's
fun to watch.
Remarkable.
They're up in Idaho, preparing to get married. Probably enjoying it a lot.
Thousands and thousands of people from Australia watching.
Oh,
that
yeah,
happen.
yeah. Loving it.
It's kind of neat to have a whole country behind you.
He says more are on the way, though, right?
Absolutely.
More Australians?
I had a joke with our friend Dave Mercer that, are you kidding me? An Australian won one of these Bass Elites before a Canadian could?
You did.
You went there?
The Johnson brothers have been so close all year long. I just had to pal around, kid around a little bit with Mercer.
And even Gussie, third at Cayuga.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Gussie was right there at Cayuga.
Oh, he was.
And Corey was right there at 10 Killer. You know, they've been.
Well, that's
Has
right.
there been
That's
an
true.
event all year that one of those three have not been in contention to win?
I think Corey was like 5th going in final day at Cayuga as well. Like Corey had a shot there. I think he finished 8th, but he was in the top 10 that final day too.
A lot of rain coming.
How's Canterbury doing, Such?
He's still on 3 fish.
He needs at least one more of those 3-pounders.
And
12's a whole lot better than 9. We talked about this morning.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, Davey, he was fine with 3 fish, and then we give an update that, hey, there's 2 guys without marshals at minimum that we've heard from that would be above him. So then, he drops back 2 more, and that's the tough part.
Yeah.
22nd right now.
Mentioned Cliff Prince and St. John's River, obviously, but he's one of the anglers I talked to, very excited about going to Santee Cooper. He's fished some opens there, and I think just had some good fun fishing trips there. That's an event early in the season that I know Cliff Prince, along with a lot of other anglers, are certainly looking forward to.
Well, we certainly want the conditions to be optimum at Santee Cooper. We'd love to see that place at its best.
Wow. It's a little late to maybe be its best, but it can still be very,
Still real
very
good.
good. Depends on the weather, the length of winter when it, the spawn, it could be right in the heart of the spawn or it could be post-spawn. And that'll be, just the average size of those fish, whether they've spawned or not, will make a big difference in overall winning weight. But it's going to be a great event. Be a great event. I was on site last week, but it was interesting listening to you and Zona ask the different anglers about what they were looking forward to, looking at the new schedule, which lakes, and it was a lot of variety there.
Yeah, it's a lot of you fall in Santee Cooper.
Haven't been there in a long time.
Yeah. Oh my God.
10 plus years on both. So I'm saying, over 10 years.
I think it's been
more like
15 for you follow.
Yeah.
I think it's like 04, 05 back-to-back years that Brower won, maybe, and then you were just before that.
That was 02.
Yeah, you were 02. Brower won 04 and 05, I think, and then we started the elites the next year. So I know it's been at least since 06 they have.
I think it was 02 when Brower won.
Oh, it was maybe 02 and 4. Yeah.
Who won in
Didn't he win
4?
2? I think he won 2 of those. I went through some old highlights for you follow for some reason and was like, this works out perfect because we're going there next year.
I remember the 02 because that was the final event of the season. It's kind of unusual. We were at Eufaula in end of May, 1st of June to finish up the season, but Brower won and Randy Blockett was second, like 1 ounce behind, and I was third, like 2 ounces. It was the tightest top 100. I guess it was pre-elite, but that type of event, the tightest top 3 I can ever remember. It was 3 ounces between first and third. So that was 02, and then Santee, when was?
I think 07, Preston Clark.
6 or 7, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 12 years ago.
12 years.
Yeah.
17 years.
Yeah, he won. Brower won 02 and 04. He won with 55-13 1 year, or in 02, and then 76-14 in 04.
Wow, that's strong.
God, that's one guy, like, while we're on the Eufaula topic, that you forget about how many times he won.
How many wins did he have? I was just thinking that. I didn't want to bother you.
I was going to say 15, but
17 wins. Like
17 wins.
That's something you know how his stature, you know how good he is. You know that a lot of flippers looked after him and learned from him. But 17 wins, that's big time.
Yeah, that is.
A little programming note for you right here. That great tournament we've been talking about at Lake Cayuga, next to the last one of the year, that's starting right now over on ESPN2, so get you a double screen setup going. 2 devices, whatever it takes, ladies and gentlemen. I can recommend that one. That was a fabulous tournament. That was New York bass fishing at its best.
Oh, look at those big largemouth.
Largemouth and the smallmouth would make a special guest appearance on the final day as well. So.
On smallmouth.
Speaking of.
Yeah, there he was right there. Yeah. Oh, just absolute joy. That tournament right there.
Oh, a lot of great fish catching. Seth Fighter, when you call your wife and your mom and dad and say, get a plane ticket.
Get up here. I'm on them. Yes. Well, they'll be on them. Why don't you be on it? That's starting again right now, 1 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig. This is the Terminator shuttering bait. There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, but having the jig head set down below it, it's down there kind of doing its own separate thing. So they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards you catching big fish on.
Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth, exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand cast, so it's not just an open water chunk and wind bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can, and then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out
several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs,
you know, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did.
We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose.
Couple features on the shuttering bait.
Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. I mean, an all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
It's a big one. It's life-changing. To win Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, to be the single greatest, most consistent angler throughout the course of an entire season is a huge honor. You will not be forgotten if you receive this award at the end of the tournament. That is for sure. It puts you right there in the very top shelf of all bass anglers of all time. Chris Zaldain, the man who holds the points lead right now, but it's early on. But we just have, now bear in mind, 3 days of fishing, not 4 here on Lake St. Clair. And I'll tell you what, that makes it a little bit, not quite a drag race, but makes every moment a little more urgent.
It does, and we've had, what, 4 Toyota Bass Angler of the Year leader changes on this first morning, but because it's the first morning and it was before Scott Canterbury caught a keeper and that sort of thing. But the closest race I can remember in Elite Series history for the Toyota Angler of the Year title, it's going to come down to Tuesday afternoon, Championship Tuesday.
Championship Tuesday, another thing we've never said before. Welcoming to opening Sunday, day number 1, which is a new one on us, but it was necessary in order to accommodate the anglers, to get them some practice in there.
Come on, baby.
Mother Nature didn't accommodate the anglers for
Get
practicing
that
too
grass
much.
on there, it just messes it up.
Stetson Blaylock, obviously out in the lake. St. Clair, fishing crankbait. And Brandon Lester has been in the St. Clair River. He's a lot closer to the mouth.
I feel like
You
we're
can see
around
there
them
now.
right here.
And you pointed out, I guess the first hour, that the St. Clair River is not, it's not like the Alabama River.
No, it's not.
it is big and wide and braids through islands and has a million different environments in it.
The current is about the same speed as we were there at the Alabama River. I guess the last trip there, the current
that's right, when it was
speed
blowing
about
over
the same.
Blowing over the
Yes,
dam, yeah.
But not nearly as big as the St. Clair River is.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe if you've never been there. It's a huge river. And we heard Chris Aldane talking about the water temperatures. It's very surprising if you from the south. We've had these 90-degree days leading in up to the end of September. Same here in Arkansas. When you hear people talk about 61, 62-degree water temperatures in September, it's pretty unusual.
Yeah.
Come on.
Kind of waiting on some slow-moving rain to get onto the lake here. It may well be diminishing to the point where it's not going to be that tough. Prefer our camera guys not have to be hanging on with both feet, run
The thing
focus
is, I'm
with
not
one
really
hand and
caring
wipe
to get a
the
bunch
lens
of
with the
bites. I
other.
just want to get a couple. There's one. It's a little one though. Little guy.
Speaking of cameraman,
He ate it though. That's what you want right there.
Stetson here with a small. They don't get the credit they deserve.
What you want.
I mean, we've had a great season. We talked about all the great, but without those cameras, without the people behind them, then we don't get to enjoy any of it.
No, we get nothing. We get nothing, and that is
tough job.
I mean, you tell me a cameraman job in this country that's harder than this one right here.
Last week, our last event, 90 degrees, that first day of that event, it was miserably hot. Holding that camera on their shoulders from before
next
takeoff
big one bites
until
it
after
like that,
check-in.
it'll be a good thing.
And then they go to Detroit and they're out there in 3-4 footers, bouncing around holding that camera. They do a great job.
Yeah,
Very hard workers.
You got to be, you have to be athletic, and you have to be tough for sure, and have a great eye.
Well, I think it's to win Angler of the Year it would be for this year, it'd be the icing on the cake. Just being able to have such a great season, but to do it after my last 2 years and how poorly that I fished, and just be able to come out here and totally new mindset, new attitude, and actually do well this year, it would be it'd be a true accomplishment for sure. There's one. That one might be a helper there. Nah, I don't know if he will or not. Maybe. He's long. He ate it good too. Oh, baby Norm got in on the action. Oh, big Norm and little Norm switch places. Yeah, I don't think he's quite a 4-pounder, but I need to know how big he is compared to that other one. Three and a half. Compare him to this other one in here. Nah, I know that ain't him. Dang, I thought I had a little one on that side. This fish may be bigger than I thought, fellas.
That's bigger than the one you just put in there. 3 3/4.
Here I am thinking I need a big one, and I got 5 big ones. That's a 4-pounder right there. I thought it was 3 something.
First one he entered is a 3-pound, 3-ounce.
We in good hands. We in real good hands. We in real good hands, guys. That's a 3.5 right there, and he ain't gonna help at all. I feel a lot better now about it. I just weighed my smallest fish, and it's over 4, so all smiles for me. Now I know for a fact that I need a great big one to even cull. Switched up, got in here a little bit shallower, and I'm just throwing this is the old school Norman deep little end. Just changing it up a little bit. We're in here in like 14 feet now, so it's quite a bit shallower than where we were fishing. Yeah, I got those noodles in there just to keep the fish from getting beat up on these long runs. I think it protects them a little bit from, and I think it keeps the water from sloshing around as much, but also doesn't really matter here, but I think that it keeps that water cooler on those hot days. It's just something I've done the last year or so, and it seems to help, so. My whole attitude's changed. I mean, I just weighed one that I thought was a 3 something, and it's a solid 4-pounder, so I know I've got well over 20 now. I'm just looking for a 5-pounder, honestly. I mean, that's what I gotta have. It's been a good day.
Hey, a little bonus coverage of Micah Frazier. You see there.
There's one right there.
Oh, it's hooked up again.
Feels like a big one right there. Oh my gosh, it is a big one. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there, baby.
Gotta wear these fish down before you get them up inside the
This
boat
may be a
with no
5.
dipping it.
I don't know yet, but it's big. I don't know how good it's hooked. That's the problem.
Take your time.
Maybe it ain't. It's a big one though. It is a big one though. Yeah.
Definitely will help him. Smallest one's a tad over 4.
That gum. Freight train stud right there.
4 3/4, 4 1/2 at least.
But I don't think it's a 4-pounder, but I don't know if it's gonna help.
Four 6, 4 7.
I think you're right.
I have no idea. I'm gonna have to balance beam these suckers. They're all solid ones. I mean, look at that. Stud. Pump some of this water out too.
That thing got a pretty nice little flurry going here. He said he'd been a long time since a bite. He said, but they will show back up. He was right.
Yes, we talked about it, you and I, and talking to Zona this morning. That crankbait, and that, if you're patient enough to keep it in your hand all day and you're around some fish, it'll pay off. And we've seen it happening here in the last 20 minutes, and he said he'd gone like 3 hours without a fish to help him. So kudos to Stetson Blaylock for being patient. And thank you for catching a few 4+ pounders for us here today.
That's a plus for us for sure.
Using these no puncture coal tags.
What's cool is we've seen
golly
crank and bite, jerk bait, Ned rig, drop shot, like just however you want to catch them right now. They're all 4-pounders.
Get on there. Oh, it's pulled the little clip out thing out. Got to know exactly which ones are what though, because blue's heavier. Red's heavier. Golly. Golly.
That's a good problem to have.
That is a good looking limit of fish he's got right there. We got to see them all.
Four plus pounders, every single one of them.
Hey, first look at Drew Cook today. He's been a player in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year all season. He's now, I think we can say it, Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year.
Well, I went down to the south end of the lake where most of my better fish were this morning. It took a while to get down there. But I caught a 4-pounder on like my second cast. Thought it was fixing to be game on. But I guess the way the wind is, it muddied it all up. There were shallow fish. So caught a bunch of drum down there and fooled with that for a while. And I just came back up here closer to the launch. Try to make something happen here real quick. I know if I can just get on a little wad of them, it can happen pretty quick, but we've only got one in the boat right now. Try to see if we can't make some afternoon fireworks.
Well, there are people on the water that want Drew to make some afternoon fireworks, that's for sure. Certain folks.
Yep, there's people desperately need anglers like Drew Cook has got the Classic made. He's sewed up the Rookie of the Year. Mm-hmm. But there's some people that would love for him to get between them and someone else for the title that they're seeking, whether it be the Angler of the Year or the Classic berth.
They'd love to see him go on a quick run that gets him all the way up to 15 pounds, and good job.
Yeah. Up to 15 pounds in a hurry and said, whoa, cowboy, just stay right there.
Yeah, you're looking good. You are looking good.
Like Scott Canterbury has filled out his limit. He's got 5 fish for 13 pounds. He was inside 20th. He's fallen back to 20th right now. Lee Livesey climbed above him, so there's some more moving going on.
Shane LaHue on the right having a good day, 18 pounds.
There's 2 solid young fishermen right there.
Oh boy, no kidding.
Solid fishermen.
Yeah, they're going to be delivering for a long time to come.
Drew Cook picking up a spinning rod there, but it's been surprising to me. Obviously, early in the year when there were a lot of spawning, tournaments, we had tournaments where there were some spawning fish. Drew Cook targeted that, but other than that, he's had a crankbait in his hand an awful lot this year to be a Florida angler.
Yes. Oh, there's that music, Davey High.
Is it lunchtime?
Yeah, yeah, it's lunch. That's right.
That's that music. It's Power Pole Replay of the Day music, isn't it, Ronnie? I mean, Ronnie?
Yes, indeed.
Suits?
It is.
They're still thinking about lunch.
I thought it was lunch.
Power Pole Replay of the Day. That's not it. Not Stetson Blaylock losing this. Looked like a 4-pounder or close to it. Maybe not quite 4 pounds. Said he thought he had a just a little over a 3-pounder in his live well, so we hated to see that one get away from Stetson Blaylock, but he was just getting warmed up. Had gone on about a 3-hour lull, he said. Had a good stringer, but needed 1 3-pounder to cull out of his live well, and we see him catch this one, and it helps him. Catches 2 or 3 in a row. 4 pounds, solid 4-pound fish on a crankbait after a 3-hour lull. Stetson Blaylock has to be our afternoon power pole replay of the day. Put a few of them on the scale there and found out he did not have a 3-pounder in that live well. They were all over 4 pounds.
That's now reflected in the leaderboard. I updated his 3.3 to a 4, so if you see that upgrade of 13 ounces, that wasn't from his latest call, that was from his correction. He obviously, if he called for ounces with that last fish, he'll move up from there.
Well, that leaderboard right there is what this week is all about, and right now it shows Chris Aldane hanging on top there, 7 points ahead of Scott Canterbury and Stetson Blaylock with 8:39. More moves coming up.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
For fishing is obvious, whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends.
We truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating B6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, well, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out. Guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Linex.com today.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Oh, it's kind of gone by fast already. We're down to an hour and a half's fishing time left to go on Lake St. Clair. And man, oh man, our 50 anglers have been, well, fighting the wind, fighting the waves, which is what you do on Lake St. Clair this time of year. Nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe a little extra wind, but not a whole lot. Scott Canterbury back on top in the points race. He had a very slow start to his day. And now Corey Johnston showing up on our leaderboard there. Stetson Blaylock, we just saw him go on a little run out there. At his spot, Drew Cook. Brandon Lester has been fishing the St. Clair River all day today. And Seth Fider, they're in 8th in the points race, is the man who leads this tournament right now. The tournament within the tournament, unofficially getting close to, well, he's 23 1/3 pounds. So it's a magnificent day here on St. Clair.
A lot of questions there because of the service just being so bad. Some anglers over in Canadian waters and that sort of thing. It's certainly gives us a good rule of thumb to go by, but a lot of anglers to weigh in today with Dave Mercer that we don't have any idea what they really have at this point.
Yeah, I can recommend the weigh-in for
you bet
for a chance to get more caught up for all of us on what's going out there today.
Stay in the game, I feel like, and I've done that today, so I'm excited to see what the weather does and what happens tomorrow. Just finish this day out and who knows, maybe catch a 5 or 6 pounder out here.
Stetson Blaylock, we got a good look at every fish in his live well just about. He is looking good.
Oh, he's
got
solid.
A good one. Just under 21 pounds is what Bass Track
I know
has.
everybody's gonna catch them, but it's kind of about being consistent at the top.
We got Stetson in solo 3rd place right now, and Brandon Lester, Chris Zaldane in a tie for 4th.
So Scott Canterbury with a slow start this morning, but he's showing at 13 pounds according to Bass Track. He can live for another day with 13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a couple hours ago he was
that one.
in trouble. He's done it a couple times this year, though. Really just saved the day in the afternoon.
Absolutely, we saw him. Winyah Bay was a great example of that. Had to go farther than anybody else up the Cooper River, but he got it done.
What's that, a 6-pounder he caught with just minutes to go, and 6 pounders at Winyah Bay was how many points? Oh, jeez. Of course, that was the final day. He couldn't have fallen farther back than 10th.
Yeah.
So 6-pounder on day 1 or 2 there could be 40 points.
Yeah.
Picked it up twice and dropped it.
There he is.
Felt like a little bitty one. That could have been first.
Whoa, that may. What am I doing? Dude. Dude, I think that's a sure enough big one. Right as the rain gets here. Yeah.
Holy smokes. Boat flipping 5-pounders. What am I doing?
What
he
am I
said.
doing?
What you're doing is winning money today, my friend.
Oh,
you are moving up the Angler of the Year board and the tournament.
That's almost a 5-pounder. It's a heavy 4, not quite 5, but that'll pull.
Wow.
I don't know which one, but it's gonna call.
So, when it's your day, and Stetson Blaylock, this is your day, my friend. Some of these smallmouth don't really fight as much as you might think until they get up close to the boat. You think you got a small one, but I have to say he got to look at him there and just casually boat flips a 5-pounder
and bangs him on the side a little bit too.
When he's too heavy to bring over the side of the boat, you bang him. That's
touch the side there.
Dude, sack full.
That's what you want.
Maybe the phrase of the day, what am I doing?
What am I doing?
What's that? Okay.
This could take a while because he's got 3 or 4
beam every
that are
one of
just
them.
like twin 4 1/4s. And then a
Talking
couple
about
big
studs.
ones.
Big ones. All of them.
That one bit really close to the boat as well. Like he said, there he is, and it was at the surface already, right there.
Dude, I think that's a sure enough big one. Right as the rain gets here. Yeah.
About to weigh it here on scales.
That's a stocky smallmouth right there.
Long too, long.
That's almost a 5-pounder. It's a heavy 4, not quite 5, but that'll pull.
You know, after so many
Easy.
90-degree days we've had in South Carolina, and I know here in Arkansas too, what I would give for raining in 59 and catching 5-pound smallmouth right now.
Oh my gosh, well, that would be like an instant therapy, wouldn't it?
3. Four.
Go through the whole process again. Fisher's saying, I weigh the same thing I weighed the last time you pulled me out of here.
These are days that you dream of. You just don't want to make a mental mistake here and cost yourself. You just want to check them and
To his credit,
check
he
them.
is being meticulous about it for sure.
5. Oh.
That's the one he weighed. This 4, over 4. He said it's 4 1/4 or so.
Yeah.
Woo.
He's got to be real near fighter's leading weight of
That's a
23.4.
4 1/4 that he's releasing.
Good position to be in.
I ain't never. I'm pretty sure that's my biggest bag of smallmouth. Been a day. I need to get closer to takeoff though, just because, I mean, I know I can catch another big one out here, but when your smallest one is like 425, you got a sack full. And you know, I know people say, well, you get all you can get. Well, that's true. But there comes a point in time when you catch, you know, I was just fixing to leave this spot and I catch one that's, it's like 480. I mean, like a big one. And, you know, I know tomorrow is going to be a totally different day, but these fish out here have bit every day with a different wind, different weather. So you say, well, don't leave them biting, man. Don't leave them biting. But I don't want to sit out here and catch some 3.5s and like I just caught a 4 something and it didn't even help. So I got to be smart, you know. I mean, I'm not quitting, but I'm going to work my way back towards takeoff so I can be closer when time comes. Woo. What's that? Yeah, yeah, I did boat flip that sucker. I didn't think it was that big, but I've been known to do that every now and then. It's not very smart, but I was thinking it was like a 360 or a 370. I was just gonna put it in the boat and get done with it, but geez. Put a couple of these on this side, give them some room to breathe.
Yeah, you don't want to be late coming back.
No, that's smart.
Make a few miles. Make a few miles. Do a little more fishing as you go right through that. And you know, actually, there's someone out there right now who's going to be fishing in the 2020 Geico Bassmaster Classic who's getting a watch right now and scope out some of the competition. I think he's standing by with our own Dave Mercer right now. Yes, there he is. There's Cody Huff. And Cody Huff, well, we'll let Dave explain how Cody Huff is going to be fishing next year to start the year in the 2020 Geico Bassmaster Classic. Dave, take it away.
That's right, Bass Fishing World. If you haven't already seen him, meet Cody Huff, brand new Carhartt College Bass National Champion, and you are going to the 50th Bassmaster Classic. And finally, just so you know, ending, you know, Ava, Missouri for the last few years has been stuck with 32 Classic qualifications. Obviously, that Mr. Rick Clun, but now 33 Classic qualifications from Ava, Missouri. How cool is that?
That's awesome, man. I mean, kind of crazy, a little old town like that end up having 33 Classic qualifications. Hopefully that's not all they have.
Is this part of your rider that somebody has to sing Dust in the Wind behind you every time you do an interview?
You know, this is a first for that. I mean, I don't know about all that business.
But in all honesty, you know, Carhartt College Bass, we talk about it all the time. I mean, and no better story than, you know, with Jordan Lee, how he stepped up. But it just seems like year after year, I mean, we get so amazed at what the anglers are doing when they join the Elite Series and stuff, but it's also, how amazing is it for you to think, like, if I went to college 10 years ago, if I was 10 years older, none of these opportunities existed.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty awesome to really think about because, I mean, it seems like everything is just, the timing's great on it. And I'm getting ready to graduate college and getting to fish all the opens this year and qualify for the Classic. Carhartt's they take great care of us. All the guys at Dynamic. It's a great opportunity.
It's pretty wild. So you won this event, and not only are you followed by a traveling serenade everywhere you go, but you get a whole bunch. Tell me what you get. I mean, it's not just a trip to the Classic. Right. Tell me what you have in store for you the next year, and going to be looking in style.
Yeah, absolutely in style. We're getting set up. We get a brand new Toyota from everybody at Toyota Dynamic. Nitro sets us up with a brand new Z20 rigged out in Johnson Outdoors products at Humminbird, Minn Kota. So, I mean, they set us up with the best equipment in the business, and Carhartt is going to keep us in some awesome clothing, stay dry out there on days like today when it's nice and wet and rainy, you know. It's going to be an exciting year. Carhartt's also paying the entries to all 8 opens, so I mean they really give you the opportunity to succeed, and that's what they wish the best for you.
You know, it's easy to kind of look at what you have ahead because you know it's just something that you've told is coming your way. But have you really stopped to think? Not only am I going to the Classic, but this is the 50th Bassmaster Classic on Lake Guntersville. I mean, does it get any better?
No, it doesn't. I mean, as if just qualifying for the Classic isn't enough. You know, it's the 50th, and I know you guys are going to put on a show. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I want to see you put on a show. Tell me what you're thinking, Lake Guntersville. Is that set up for you well?
Yeah, you know, I think it does. I'm excited for it. I've got to live on the Tennessee River for the past couple of years, you know, going to school on the banks of Kentucky Lake. And we've got to go to Guntersville quite a few times in the spring. So everything sets up great. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Looking forward to seeing how the Classic plays out for you. And a big presentation coming up this afternoon. You're going to be looking forward to that.
Absolutely. That should be a lot of fun. I mean, it's a pleasure to get to run some of the best equipment in the business, and everybody will get to see that tonight.
Well, it's been an honor hanging with you here and listening to your signature band. I can't wait to see them on the stage at the Bassmaster Classic. And guys, I mean, I can't help falling in love with you or our Cody Hoffar Classic qualifier coming to this. What? Just take it away. End it, please.
Dave, let me leave you with these words here. It's the same old song, just a drop of water in an endless sea. Thank you. Yes, Dust in the Wind. Dave and Cody Huff, the winner of our Carhartt Bassmaster College bracket. Excellent work from Dave Mercer right there as well. God, Kansas, you know, it's a long way from here.
Yeah, it sure is. Thank goodness.
Hey, congrats to Cody. Great. I mean, he just absolutely dominated that classic competition, that classic bracket competition. On a Watts Bar Lake that was fishing a little tough, but he figured it out. He's classic material, as we say.
Got to be so exciting for him to be looking forward to fishing the 50th anniversary Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, that's a good one to jump in on.
We covered this, Tommy, with the TV show and the live deal as well. Cody Huff, 5th in 2017 in the championship. 2018 won it and lost in the bracket in the semifinals, and then he goes and gets 3rd this year and wins the bracket. That's 3 top 5s in championships just on the Bass platform.
Yeah.
He's gotten 2nd in FLW championships. Like, he almost did a clean sweep last year, so it's not going to be too big of a moment for him. He's more focused than most years probably people would be.
Oh yeah, he's done great. But I love the Open. Yeah, there's 33 classic qualifications that come out of Ava, Missouri. Yeah, I got one, and Rick Clone's got 32.
I got one of those. Mercer Still, I wrote that. Cody actually messaged Rick Clunn, and Rick Clunn answered him. He didn't think he was giving it a shot, and now they're buddies, and they've hung out with each other and fished together. Talk fishing a lot.
Yeah, this is certainly not his first rodeo. Done a great job the last few years.
Next Sunday, you'll be able to watch that on ESPNU, the bracket that he advanced from.
That's right. First look at Matt Airy in a while. I had a brief look at him this morning, so we've got a couple of Team Toyota guys up in our 2 blocks right now. Matt, Brandon Lester.
Meanwhile, Brandon Lester locked through to planet Mars. Totally different place than everybody else is.
Yes, it doesn't rain, it doesn't blow. Actually, it is raining a little bit. He wouldn't be all cinched up like he is now.
What did he say? This wind is a little chilly earlier, and it was like not even.
I don't know if he's kind of at his target weight and just doing a little pre-fishing, but it's surprising that we saw him catch several his biggest fish out offshore there in the river, and we've seen him up real shallow since then, fishing around in vegetation and the boat docks, and not nearly as the depth where we saw him catch those fish earlier today.
He did a good job of explaining why it was better out there, you know, the scouring out of the little places for these smallmouth to evade the current and set up on and stuff like that. Maybe, I doubt he'd be saving it.
No.
Like you say, that's going to replenish as good as anything.
Absolutely.
Right?
Do we know of any other angler in the river that's caught fish in the river today other than Brandon Lester? When we saw
our graphic
showing
there.
the Hummingbird Lay Lake, it was only 3 or 4 4-pounders caught, and I would assume those are all Brandon Lesters.
So we just you heard this too, David. Our cameraman Eric Kafka said he saw Derek Hudnall going up in there too. So
one of the biggest bags of the day.
Absolutely,
we think.
over 23 pounds. We have it on Bass Track.
That's surprising that, for 2 reasons. That, you know, it's no secret a lot of big stringers and even some of our bass events have been won in that river. Mm-hmm. With the weather, the wind that they've had, knowing that that's a safe haven from the winds.
No practice.
Certainly doesn't help. I mean, it's even darker now than it was earlier because of the rain. So, I mean, I want it bright. If I'm fishing for smallmouth up here, I want it bright because I want to be able to see what's going on. I mean, this water's so clear, they feed strictly by sight, and they kind of act weird. It's funny because at home, this is the kind of conditions you want. Like Tennessee, Alabama smallmouth, this is the kind of conditions you want. But up here, you want it bright, sunny. They kind of act funny when it's cloudy and rainy like this. They'll still bite, but it's different. If it was sunny, I'd be getting a lot more bites on this little Ned rig just casting it around, I promise you. The sun will position them on rocks or stumps, or, you know, they'll get next to something.
Let's bring Mark Zona in here if we can.
I'd love to hear from him. He's been missing for, 6 hours now?
No, we've talked to him since then. Absolutely. He promised to get out there in the storm once it came through, and maybe it's on its way out because, well, he's not quite out there yet, but he's braving the elements. And see what's going on.
You know what, boy, Davey, you have been a real treat today, haven't you, my friend? You really have. You know what? We decided to give it a run, but we're gonna get smacked by another little band of rain. But I did want to talk about one thing that I've watched today. And you guys have, whether it's been Stetson or Cliff Prince, we've seen Zaldane doing it. I can tell you, I'll get the whole breakdown from Seth Fighter. Seth was tweaked out of his gourd last night and this morning that he believes he found something very, very special, and I know he's doing a lot of winding too. But for any of our Tennessee River friends that are watching this is not typical cranking. You are not throwing that crankbait out there and you're not grinding it in the bottom of Lake St. Clair. This is a prime day to catch them on that. You have the wind, you have the really low ceilings, and predominantly when you're catching them on a crankbait here, they're feeding up. And I'm guessing the majority of our anglers that are catching them really good on a crankbait, that crankbait's probably 3 or 4 feet above the bottom, okay? And the other real key element out here, and Davey, you know this as well as anybody, it is getting real. Get a shot of Wes right here. Just get a shot of this, Ashley. Look at this hot mess. Look at this hot mess right here. Is one of the biggest things that you're looking for is if you can find cabbage. If you can find cabbage and call it from 14 to 18 feet of water, keep that bait high off the bottom. A lot of guys that are cranking 15-pound fluorocarbon line to keep that crankbait up. That is the biggest magic. It is not a lot of grinding in this tournament.
Now these ones that are feeding up. These are perch eaters who are hanging out above all that vegetation and so forth. Is that primarily what we got?
Absolutely. Whether it's perch or alewife or, just regular, 2 or 3 weeks ago, a lot of these big ones, especially on the South Shore, were feeding on real small shad. But I always consider, and Davey, we've heard this from an old friend, boy, if you don't throw a crankbait on a day like this, when do you throw it, if you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Z, I've got to say one thing. A lot of the viewers probably don't realize this. Tommy, I know you are aware of it. Mark Zona's lifelong ambition is to become a weatherman, and I've never seen that. It's never made sense. But I see a Jim Cantori in him right now.
Well,
he's standing on shore, safe and sound, acting like he's really struggling in the elements right now, isn't he?
Wait a minute.
Right?
He's about to get out there.
In all honesty, hey, I am absolutely not about to get out there, Tommy. I can promise you that. The other thing I will tell you is camera gal Ashley and we have been breaking down the wind for the last day, and we are really focused on tomorrow morning of it being potentially as bad as today. It potentially could be worse tomorrow morning.
Oh, boy. Z, one quick question. What's the heaviest bag today? Weighed in.
I think you'll see something. I think you're going to see something, Davey, between 24 and 25 pounds. I really do. I'll tell you, I know you guys have had some really, really good fish catches from Brandon Lester, but my vibe is, he caught really nice ones the first hour and a half. But to me, by the end of this tournament, this is going to be a late gig. It's going to be a late gig on that South Shore, in my opinion.
All right, you heard it from Mark Zona. Great stuff out there today.
Thanks,
Z, thank you so much, and stay dry, stay cool. That's no problem out there. And he's right, there is another little stinger about to hit at least part of the lake right there. That is our radar situation right now. And there's a little bit more stuff backed up. It looks like that's going to miss the lake, though. So final hour of fishing is coming up, and we will see as much as we can of it and see what happens in those final minutes.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week.
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com. If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
It's just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down. Smiles come easier. And the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's a ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, pilot and impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up in Alabama. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Atoma and near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama, and that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques, and I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. And that's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And you know, qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, you know, day in and day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
And just like that, we're into the last hour of fishing on Lake St. Clair. That's probably not a contemporary shot right there of Lake St. Clair. Looks a little, that's just a beauty shot we love showing you, and it is a gorgeous place here. And a wonderful fishery, and gosh, we got to dig some more in over the course of the next couple of days. And what makes it such a great fishery? We know a lot of the elements, but there's our standings right now, and it's all about those standings. Who has the most points at the end of the season, reflecting just a completely great performance season long for Saldane. At this point, has the same lead over Scott Canterbury that Canterbury held over him to start this day.
Yeah, that's ironic. And you look all the way down. Stetson Blaylock only 10 points back unofficially, but we've got ourselves a real Toyota Angler of the Year race here going on these next few days, with final day being on Tuesday. 3-day event here, and the final day on Tuesday. And I don't think we're going to know who the winner is until the fish hit the scales Tuesday evening.
Okay.
It's going to be exciting.
I'll take that.
It's no runaway. And hats off to the guys that have won it in big fashion, but I don't remember one being this tight.
No, not in recent memory.
There's 3 or 4 anglers that it's going to come down to the last couple hours on the final day.
There's several boats in these areas, but I know there's a lot of fish in these areas too, but again, it's kind of like I said earlier today, I feel like my best chance at those big ones was doing what I did, and it worked out. I don't know how many fish is left in those areas, but there's definitely a lot of fish in this area, and I don't think you can fish it out in 3 days. It's just a whole bunch of casting and winding out here to get get 5 of those good ones. I think catching 17, 18 pounds out here is not easy, but there's plenty of them out here to do that in a day. I just kind of want to make a couple blows through here and see if I can get a bite or two, and I've caught a couple here and a couple down there, so they're still here. It's just hard to call when your smallest one's 4 something. Unless you both flip a 5, or almost a 5.
Well, that's a complaint everybody wants to make. It is hard to cull when you're
It
small. It is. But look how much brighter it is out there where Stetson is. I guess that edge of that
It's
storm
been kind of
has
one of
moved
those
on.
days you wish you could bottle it up and save it for one of those slower days, but you catch what you can catch. Be thankful for it.
Interesting what Mark Zona said. They're when it's dark, like it's been dark and stormy, they're down there looking up. They're above the vegetation and looking up and feeding and trying to see silhouettes up there and everything. So he said, catch your crankbait fish today.
Zona knows more about that place than I do. Got a lot more experience there than me, but it seems I've done better on that crankbait when it's darker like that. It puts off so much vibration, and then a lot of the crankbaits we see these guys using have rattles in them. That more water movement in the water and that noise seems to not be offensive to the smallmouth, but it makes them curious and attracted to something.
Yeah.
When they can see really good is when those subtle, the tubes, the drop shots,
When the bottom's lit
swim
up with the
baits.
sunlight.
Yes.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Todd Houghton just called with a 4-pounder, pulled into a 3-way tie for 4th with Lester and Zeldin at 20 pounds even. Cliff Prince is keeping his hand in the classic berth area there, up to 8th place.
Good solid day for Cliff Prince, no doubt. One more day like that, and then just a small limit. He's absolutely going to be in the class.
Let's go.
Well, Stetson Blaylock, a stop along the way, and got him. We saw during the commercial break there, he caught one that wouldn't quite measure. But I tell you what, that's like we say, a good problem to have out there.
It's a great problem to have, and it's so ironic when you're having a good day, you can leave your primary area, just make a stop or two on the way in, and there's another 3.5 pounder. There's another 3.5 pounder. But it's a great problem to have on a day like today and Tuesday when they're handing out $1 million in payout there, and Stetson Blaylock right in the middle of all those numbers close to the top. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, obviously he's in the top 5 in this event itself, so a lot of money to be made here for someone like Stetson Blaylock, and
set himself
Scott
up for a
Canterbury.
great payday. If just make it last for 3 days in total, and that's better than 4 days, I guess.
I'm waiting on the day, and this one's kind of setting up that way because Chris Saldane, Stetson Blaylock are both right in the mix. Hey, Brandon Lester. I'd love to see this event won by the Angler of the Year. Both have both titles.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
Win the event and win Angler of the Year. That would be cool. And when we've got those possibilities today with Aldane, Lester, and Stetson Blaylock.
Absolutely.
Some payday.
Yeah, it's certainly within the realm of possibility. What a payday that would be. But $1 million 3 days in Michigan, that's pretty good for the sport of bass fishing.
It is. It's absolutely incredible. And that hasn't been like that forever, folks. If you've just been tuning into the sport for the last 5 or 6 years, I mean, that's some incredible money right there to be paid out just in this one week.
Paid out in 1 week, earned over the course of a year.
Yes, part of it.
For all these guys. But,
the majority of it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Hey, Ronnie Moore, I just saw you sneaking back there, Ronnie, to the screen of knowledge, so I know something's afoot. Something's going on here.
I can't sneak anything by you, Tommy. No, I did come over here. I wanted to talk about some of the guys that are, this event's not necessarily for them. It is a vacation. We talked about that. They're locked into their point standings. They can't really move up or down that much to be in jeopardy of anything. They can try to gain some of that valuable money that we just talked about. But they're gonna just have a good time on Lake St. Clair. Why not in the fall? And David Mullen's one of those guys having a great year in that comfortable range of the Angler of the Year standings. Mark Menendez said at 10 killer while during practice when it was so tough, he's like, I'm not even worried. I don't even have to catch a fish the next 2 tournaments. So he's done most of his work throughout the week and a different bait. You see that? It looks like a Carolina rig to me. He's got another tactic coming into play this week. Chad Pipkins, he's always one of those guys that's gone to Lake Erie when we've had this event, but he knows Lake St. Clair very well. One of his, if not his home lake in the state of Michigan there. With Luke Palmer, kind of a fish out of water, but he's having a great year.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma guys fished a bunch of lakes this year that he's not used to, and he's done so well. 4th in Rookie of the Year points, which most years that's on the verge of classic. This year, with how good the rookie class is, he's sitting there in the top 25 or so, top 30 in points. Cliff Prince, that was one of the guys we were talking about, needing to have a good 2 days minimum here. He needs to do a lot of his work the first 2 days to make sure he doesn't have to sweat it that final day. Sitting there in 40th in points, making some good calls on day 1 today. And Brandon Card, a guy who's had his spurts, had his chance to win. He was in contention at 10 killer last week, has had a great year so far, and he's got some good smallmouth there. He's one of those guys that he took a photo this morning, Davey. 3 big crankbaits, 3 rods. That was all on his deck, so he was one of those guys who's going to bob out there in the middle of St. Clair cranking around. So some big fish being caught from guys not on camera and guys who are just having a good week.
Yeah, well, we salute all these guys, these 50 guys who made it in here. I think we said this in the first hour, Ron and Davey, that, hey, it sounds like real easy to do. Hey, just be in the top 50 of 75. There was some clawing and scratching to get into this. It's not a done deal, and it never is. And hats off to those guys.
You look at some of the anglers that did not make it. Just look at the list. There's some hammers.
Oh,
there's
absolutely.
Some great fishermen.
No doubt about
There's some
that.
great fishermen.
Well, what have we seen today? I mean, my gosh, Chris Aldane. He knew the task at hand. He said right when he was leaving, taking off, he said, if I can stay in the top 5 both days, I'll be doing my job. And he started doing his job pretty early.
Certainly did. He started out shallow, close to the mouth of the St. Clair River, where it jumps into Lake St. Clair. And
AOY Championship.
his plan started working right from the very first leg. Plan A was to start shallow, some mixed grass and sand, shallow flat there out at the mouth of the river, and he caught that 4+ pounder. And a little later, he had some difficulties, some technical difficulties. If you've ever fished in strong winds with braided line, you understand exactly what was going on right there with Chris Aldane. But he was able to get this fish in the boat. This one on a drop shot.
Set the hook with my hand.
There again, Chris Aldane is. After talking with him yesterday, it's really incredible. So many times as fishermen, we have a plan. Almost all the time you have a plan, and then it doesn't work out. But talking to Chris yesterday after practice was over and the off day, late in that day, he started with his plan that he told me he was going to start with, and it has worked for him. And he's right there at his target weight, 20 pounds. Maybe a little over 20 pounds, and day 1 couldn't have really worked out much better for Chris Aldane. He's caught these quality fish. He's looks to me like would be currently unofficially leading Toyota Angler of the Year by just about 10 points.
Well, if you're looking for something a little bit quieter and more stable as far as the character of the water goes, Brandon Lester certainly happened upon it getting in the St. Clair River.
Did not talk to Brandon Lester yesterday, so I don't know what his plan was. But this morning when he was leaving, he had a smile on his face and said, we're going to go have fun.
Yeah.
And it was almost a sneaky little smile he had. And going to the St. Clair River, I know why he was smiling. All these boys are going to get beaten up out here on this lake with all these big old waves. I'm going to go where the wind's not going to be bothering me at all. Maybe about a 6-inch chop there, the most we saw all day around Brandon Lester. And man, he caught some. Just keeper largemouth to start with, but then he went out a little deeper, started drop shotting on a long point right there in the river and caught several fish over 4 pounds, like that one right there. It looks like solid 4.5. Fish shallow in the afternoon a little more than he did about midday. I think this is another one of those fish that's on that deeper spot.
Are you kidding me?
Yep. No, they're over a 4-pound smallmouth.
Look, they can't even jump.
Solid day, not getting beat up, not running around a lot for Brandon Lester there in the river. Culled out all those largemouth for good quality smallmouth. I really think he's just looking around, trying to find another area or two this afternoon. So that's definitely a positive. When you get your target weight on day one, 20, you know you've got to have 20 pounds a day on St. Clair to have a chance. And when you get that before noon and you're able to expand on what you've got going on in a general area, that always pays off before the end of an event, whether it's a 3-day event or a 4-day event.
Yeah, maybe looking to expand, probably trying to make a little bit of the mileage he needs to get back to the
he just
back to the weigh-in for sure at Metro Park.
Lester just accidentally culled up a half a pound.
Oh.
So he's over 20 pounds, 8 ounces right now.
Just
fourth
something
place.
that happened right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Where he's out of range right this second.
Okay.
Just got a text from our good friend Eric Kafka on the water, listening in, obviously, and he said Brandon Lester only hit that good stuff one time today. So definitely looking to fish it again in the next 2 days. And
there's one.
Certainly a big benefit when you can do that.
Stetson Blaylock, we were able to get a good signal from him after our midday break, and when we found him, he said, I've been sitting here a while, been waiting for a bite, and all of a sudden he started getting bites.
I was real fortunate last week on the final day to be around Carl Jacobson when he really made his move, but we were fortunate to be with Stetson Blaylock today. We didn't have service with him for about 3 hours, and he didn't catch anything, and thankfully for us, when we did have service there with Stetson, he caught several 4+ pound smallmouth, including this one, 4.5 pounder. Using this crankbait, using a Norman crankbait, he's using two different sizes, a medium size and a bigger one there. Zona called it. We talked about it a little bit this morning and just now when we talked to Zona a few minutes ago. That south end of the lake with a crankbait.
Dude.
Showing out. No doubt about it. Just happened to boat flip
that one in the rain,
right
What am I doing? He said.
I'm glad he
that.
said that.
Because you were okay.
Because somebody else was thinking it.
Uh-oh.
Hey, when it's going your way, you can boat flip them all day long. They wouldn't come off for the world.
Blaylock, Lester, both looking pretty good today. Drew Cook caught the fish he needed to secure the title of Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year.
Right over here, and then we'll
just been slow.
Head back across the big pond.
Having that title is great, and the $10,000 that goes along with it is great also.
You bet.
It's a little one or something. I think it's just a little bitty one.
Boy, Stetson Blaylock.
That's exactly what it is. A little old bitty baby cute one. Look at that little dude.
Some guys had those in a live well earlier this morning.
Yeah,
thinking they were going to weigh them in.
Yeah.
When it's going your way, it's going your way.
You ate that thing.
Stetson's got a bait, a depth range, the speed of retrieve, got something going on. Everywhere he's stopping, he's catching fish.
Hang on to that.
Yes.
You would have to say that. There's our points right there at the bottom. Zaldane 848. Canterbury lagging behind, but not by much. All will be told at the weigh-in, which is sooner than you think. A little after 3 o'clock. Eastern time this afternoon. They're at Metro Park, right there.
Wow. Look how close it is. Chris Zaldane.
Blaylock right in there as well. Man, we have got a race here. Not a foregone conclusion like in some years past. This one is a genuine race to the very end, as you predicted, Davey Hyde. I hope it turns out that way for all the fans of fishing, and great competition. We got a little more when we come back.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket. Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Do things. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, being brought to you live by Phoenix Boats.
We got less than 20 minutes fishing for these anglers here because some of them may be done already, as a matter of fact, because they got to be heading back, and it's not a place for fast travel. Lake St. Clair, not today, not with the wind blowing. Gets pretty lumpy out there, and you can only go so fast. There's our situation regarding the points right there, and that's what this week is all about. Chris Zaldain started the day in second place. He has the lead. Scott Canterbury in second place, and very close behind Stetson Blaylock, who was made a case for him being Angler of the Year. I think about as good as a fella can do from that position today.
He absolutely has. To be honest with you, going out this morning, I thought, it's only 3 that really have a legitimate chance, and the other one was Corey Johnson. But Stetson Blaylock proved me, and I'm sure a few other people wrong, that he has definitely got a chance here. And he's got something going on. He had a good area. We knew that when we saw him catching those 4+ pounders and culling 4-pounders. But he has stopped twice, just getting closer to the check-in, and he's catching more fish than any. There's been some boats around him. He's catching more fish than anyone around him. He's got something going on, like I mentioned. He's got the right bait, the right retrieve, the right depth range he's focusing in on, maybe some cabbage that he's dialed in. We heard Zona talking about that, but he's got more than just one area. He's got the whole package dialed in. So Stetson Blaylock this thing's far from over. He's definitely going to be in the hunt.
He has certainly made a big stand today. Our Hummingbird Lay of the Lake, we're just going to look at all of our 50 anglers who have qualified through 9 regular season events 2019. Every one of them deserving to be out there today, and every one of them looking to strive, and some looking to have some fun, some looking to just do whatever it takes to get into the Classic. 42nd place in points, leaving here as a qualifier, as far as we know, for the 2020 Geico Bassmaster Classic. Greg DePalma, a good tournament on St. Lawrence. Jay Ellis, last man in the field. Be interesting to see how Jay shows up at the weigh-in today. He had to work hard to get into that 50th spot. Man, oh man.
There's Brock Mosley looking at the Hummingbird lay of the lake. He's over in the river. We hadn't seen him today. But a lot of these anglers I think you see are close to check-in because of this wind. They're in an area not real far from where they'll have to be for check-in. With the conditions this tough out on the lake, the anglers that have gone to the south end, you need to get a little closer to check-in because you can misjudge your running time. It's always, you can judge wide open throttle, a mile a minute or so gives you extra time because most of these boats running 70 plus miles per hour. But when it's rough, you don't know if you can run 45 or 25. You've got to get closer to check-in.
Well, there's our AOY leader right there, Chris Zaldane. And that's the way his season has shaken out, just barely missing. Why, one spot. He misses the cut at the St. Johns River, Lake Lanier. Beautiful job there. Just got closed out by Paul Mueller on the final day. Lake Hartwell, 25th place. Good solid cut there. Winyah Bay, just the one where wasn't able to get it done. Lake Fork. 3 second places.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention, Tommy. Those 3 second place finishes just jump out at me. And all three of them, we remember all three of those tournaments. He had good final days. He didn't blow them. Some other anglers had great days that just barely beat him out, but 3 second place finishes in the regular season events. That's absolutely incredible. With a great showing. He was in second at the Bassmaster Classic, so that's not even in there. What a year Chris Zaldane has had.
Certainly got nothing to apologize for this season. An absolutely superb, superior effort by Chris Zaldane. Back to our map of the lake. And these are +4 pounders, where they were caught and approximately when, or I guess exactly when they were weighed in, or anyway, submitted to Bass Track.
A lot of anglers. It's surprising to me. The practice out on the lake, even with the windy conditions, must have been better than some of these anglers, as usual, wanted to admit, because very few anglers in the river itself. We've been with Brandon Lester quite a bit today, and I'm sure some of these 5-pounders, 4-pounders, there's a 5-12 caught by Chris Zaldane, the general area that we saw him spend a good bit of time. And then the ones up in the river, Brandon Lester, I'm sure, is responsible for some of those, no doubt about it. That area there, we saw Brandon Lester.
That's all Brandon Lester right there.
That's him.
Get an idea of where he got his good work done today. And we also understand Derek Hudnall caught some, or was seen in the river. Don't know whether he caught some or not. Certainly he's had a great day. How about a little Rapala Live watch here? A first look at the day. Todd Auten having a fantastic day, just under 20 pounds by Bass Track, maybe over 20 pounds. Todd Auten, veteran from South Carolina, has been around this game a long time.
Greg Fishman had a good week last week. 10 killer.
Sure did, yeah. Mark Zona. Single him out as someone to watch.
He said keep your eyes on him because he had a fantastic day 3. Had his 16-inch and over limit by mid-morning or so. And just not quite as easy for him on day 3. And then there again, when Carl Johnson catches 20 pounds, it puts a damper on anyone's day.
It gets hard for everyone else immediately when that happens.
He had the big turnaround, though. He started, I think, day 1 and with 4 fish in 51st place. So to finish in the top 10 after that, big move.
And Todd Auten's one of those guys who needed to catch him pretty good this week. He's 16 or 18 points ahead of that classic line. He's just above Cliff Prince. So he's got that dozen points or so gap between the guy below him and the guy below that guy. So good start to his tournament.
So if he's right there with Cliff Prince, he's having a good day. Cliff Prince having a good day. They just closed the door on a couple guys that were wanting them to stumble, you know?
Yeah.
Well, and that's also the thing of now, like a Garrett Paquette or a Brian Snowden or a Mike Huff. If they don't have a good day, they get surpassed by them, and now that gap maybe gets a little bigger between 41st and 40th or something like that, or they're vulnerable now of falling to the cut line.
With a top performance from like Hudnall, like you're saying, yeah.
Todd, you mentioned good finish last week.
He went in
top 10. Yeah.
He went in outside the classic cut at 45th and started this week 39th. He's had a good move.
Well, that was an outstanding move for sure.
So last week at 10 Killer, I was on location, and the morning of the first day, I saw Kyle Monte at the gas station. And he hadn't had a good practice. And he's like, "We're not put in for your job. This fishing's tough out here." So just a few days later on Championship Sunday,
he's there.
I asked Kyle, I said, "Where can I put in for your job?
Yeah.
You got a chance to win $100,000 today," and I certainly don't.
I'll swap with you today.
No, I don't want. I said, "Hey, how things change in just a few days."
Well, he did stop by the studio after 10 Killer and grab some paperwork when he left. So I don't know if that was an application or what, but he did well in the tip video.
He may have put in. He might have it already.
He might have me and Sucha job. One of us has to leave for him to come in, so I don't know.
You signed him in,
for me to get that memo, Ronnie.
I opened the door for him. I didn't know I was opening the job for him. I didn't know that.
Somehow I think you'll get a second chance, Davey.
Oh, thank you. I got one supporter. Thank you, Tom. But yeah, it was just so funny because you could, on the road, it's, we were a long way from Florida, Lake Okeechobee, and you could just tell the season and the had kind of worn him down, but boy, he was a different individual on Sunday morning.
Really kind of turned his season around.
He did.
There. Absolutely did. A lot on a lot more people's radar now after that tournament at 10 Killer for sure.
Absolutely.
He showed us a lot, and that rod breaking interlude there, as Ronnie tells us, has been like the thing that's, as we say in Arkansas, on fire.
Viral video, right, Ronnie?
I was about to mention that, Tommy. Yeah. We posted a 30-second clip of Kyle catching a fish, breaking his rod, and managing to still land the fish, which never happens in a tournament for sure. And it's like 2.1 million views. People love seeing the human element of an angler. Like, oh, that guy's my hero, and he's a human. I've done that before. I broke my rod before, but I don't land the fish. So it was cool.
Kyle Monte said he had a pretty rough season. He finished 60th in points after last week's top 10, and he was up here saying, that was a really great finish for my season. It really validates me feeling like I really belong here with all these guys.
Yeah. Couldn't ask for you could ask for a little better ending, but that was, compared to his season, that was just a great turnaround.
Well, Stetson Blaylock we were talking about earlier, great fisherman, great success, and then came over to the elites, and it's like, wow. Tough, but you can't, you can't base someone's potential on a year or two, their first couple years or the first year or so, 2 or 3 in the Elite Series. I mean,
you're just going to have some years, every year is composed of things which you can break one way or another.
Yes. Whether it's a rod or
a chance to catch you and be shut out of it or whatever.
Yeah,
it's just it's a tough business.
I've kept up with the sport pretty good over the last 30 years. I don't ever remember an angler that's had every single year be a great year. Not a single one.
Not at all.
It's unfortunate if it starts out your first year happens to be a tough one, or your second, or your first and the second. But there's every angler, if you're out here long enough, will prove that you're human.
Well, Davey, what do you see in a guy's career, age, experience of being to a lot of different fisheries that gets him going and gets him in a leaderboard AOY?
Oh, there's so many things involved. I'll start with things that you probably wouldn't think about, what you've got going on at home. Young kids, teenage kids, bills, job obligation. I mean, there's just so many things that have everything to do with you, but really maybe nothing to do with fishing, but they're distractors, or they're things that are more important at the moment than, there's so many of those things that are involved that you don't even think about.
Let's get back out to Stetson Blaylock. What a great trip to South Carolina he had this year. Finished second at Hartwell.
I'm just finishing up the day. Kind of passed up all the good stuff I've got left. Not that I'm saving it at all, but I don't want to be too far away from the ramp when the time gets low. I'm tickled to death. It's been a good day. Slow at times, but I figured it would be like that anyway. So, happy to have a good solid bag to start the week off. I think I'm gonna have to back it up every day though.
That's the hard part, backing it up.
So don't think Clair, though. He's right. You'll have to catch that 20-pound mark every day to be there.
Well,
name that tune, Tommy.
That is the tune. That's the tune where you come forth and tell us what it is.
Well, I'll have to say this is my kind of power pole replay of the day. Go ahead and boat flip that 4 3/4-pound smallmouth. Stetson Blaylock.
Dude, I think that's a sure enough big one. Right as the rain gets here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely my vote for power pole replay of the day.
That's called getting caught up in the moment.
Hey, he's caught up in the moment. He had just caught a few really good fish that fought like big fish. This fish here, Ronnie mentioned, pretty close to the boat. He didn't quite realize how big it was. I mean, it was raining and everything. He totally surprised himself when he started to boat flip this fish. And he brought it on over in there, and definitely one that he'll bring to the scales here. Not very far away with Dave Mercer. Stetson Blaylock, power pole replay of the day.
You said it, Davey. With smallmouth, you either got to hook them and get them in the boat immediately, or you got to just play them out for 5 minutes.
Yep. Totally think that's it's
kind of a long shot.
With no dip nets, you have to
I've caught them right
bring
here
them
in
or
years
either
past,
fight them to total exhaustion.
The lake's a lot different this year. I feel like I made the right adjustments today to give myself a chance. Maybe the wind won't blow so hard tomorrow. Be nice.
If I was Stetson, I'd be wanting the exact same conditions tomorrow. He has had a great day today. But he said he caught them all during practice, so he's just on a good pattern. So how many? I really kept up with Scott and Chris and Corey. How many points was Stetson back coming into today?
20 points.
Exactly 20? Oh, that's tough.
6 behind Corey, 11 behind Chris, and 20 behind Canterbury.
The odds are against you.
Yeah,
coming in that far back.
It just makes it so difficult.
Yeah, it's not impossible, but it's hard to make it happen.
So we were talking about Corey just a second ago, and we've been talking about Corey all day, wondering what he has. And obviously we're getting close to that check-in time, so people are starting to ping back on Bass Track, and Corey is popping in with fish ever so slightly. He's got 5 for 16.6 on Bass Track right now.
Wow.
So that puts him in the top 20, but nothing nearly as big. But it says he's got, 4 3+ pounders and a 2.5. So if that's close to being accurate, even if it's a pound or two heavier, he won't move a bunch in the standings right now.
Okay.
He did knock Scott Canterbury down to 23rd, though.
I was going to say it puts another person between Zaldane and Canterbury, which is
There's 2
good
9
news
pound
for Zaldane.
Yeah.
There's 2 9-point gaps there. From Zaldane to Corey Johnston is 9, and from Corey Johnston to Canterbury is another 9 in the Bass Track standings.
Got to hope Canterbury's a little light with its estimations there. Because if it's truly 13, there's going to be a lot of people between 21 and 13. If he's more like 15, that'll really cut down on those numbers in between, so to speak.
Way harder to close that gap the next 2 days as well.
Definitely in his favor. That's
There's 7 guys without Bass Track today and several others who's haven't pinged for quite a while. Like David Mullins, his last ping was 8 in the morning, 8:30 in the morning. He's got 3 fish for 8, so he could have a lot more.
Wow.
That's your point situation right there. Zaldane, Stetson Blaylock, and Scott Canterbury tied for second place there. 9
That's
points
incredible.
behind. That's a race right there.
Top 3 anglers within 9 points. That's what you call a race. Looking forward to tomorrow.
We love it.
That's one fish. That's one fish in the whole season. It comes down to 2 days, but that could have been one fish at St. John's, or but we're down to the wire where we know it's one fish.
You add
we
up
have
all
one to point our finger at
Yes.
now,
Yeah.
with confidence to say that'll do it. Weigh-in coming up at 3:30 p.m. officially Eastern Time. Right here, Bassmaster.com. Definitely want to check that out.
Makes it difficult when you see what a year Chris Zaldane has had, and now he's finally taken over the lead unofficially of Toyota Angler Year. But then what a year Brandon Lester, Scott Canterbury, Stetson Blaylock. I mean, you hate to see any one of those guys not win.
Drew Cook.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was defeated after day 3 at 10 Killer, losing his lead.
Yeah, maybe Drew Cook has gathered in a couple that we don't know about. That would be good. Don't want to see him go out with a single fish, but hey, our best to all the guys. We celebrate all 50 of them. That's what we're talking about all day, and we will be on tomorrow all the way through Tuesday, October 1st, to end the season that started 9 months ago. We'll be back tomorrow, right here, same time, for more of Bassmaster Live.
Dude.